oh man, oh man, oh man. Be in here. Hawk tour. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Be in here. Saturday afternoon cartoons in this regard.
You should be careful what you ask for. Cash flow, everyone around me. Aiming for the money, Dr. Jekyll, Mr.
Big Saturday
As soon as the
afternoon.
check cash go, I get to acting an asshole. It ring out the green at the root of all evil. Please, love of having things that drives most. Say your grace, thankful for daily bread on your plate. But without butter, that's just some dry toast. Hunger's a mother cousin. I gotta get my mentality straight, cause when I get mine, that'll be date. One of a new era fitted cock sideways. New pair of kicks instead of kick rock. Fridays, yeah, my ass, bitch. Like the 40 cal thumper in that.
Time is coast time. I mean, it's 2 in the afternoon back on the mean streets of my hometown, Denver, Colorado. That means it's 3 in the in my former mean streets of Southern California. Somewhere in the center of the country, it's only what a Saturday. I think I'm gonna try and marathon stream because why the fuck not? Hey, what? Because there's so many reasons. So many reasons. When I'm not doing the sports thing with the Kill You With Truther fam, I come over here on Good News Travel Fast on my home channels, and I talk about shit that's happening in the world outside of sports. And many of those things are conspiratorial and theoretic in nature, aka conspiracy theories. Many of those things are political, some spiritual, esoteric, real life shit. Same guy though. Same guy. And then tonight there is something that I am interested, obviously sports wise. That's why I said I might try and I went later because I know the Heisman ceremony is later. So I figured I would like try and space this thing out, time it properly. Oh, it's my guy fishing. What it do though? What it do though? See, it's a lot different over here. It's a lot different over here. Is all I'll say. We can talk our shit, chat about it. I will throw a link up in the stream if you want to join. I don't want to bum anybody out. I do not want to bum anybody out. If Janty wins the Heisman, it's because of the drones. That's funny, fishing. That's funny, and I think you're right. There's a lot of if you hear the tones going on. Sometimes I just gotta keep myself. That too much. Are you guys meditators? Do you meditate? Do you even meditate, bro? Sometimes I gotta keep it. You know what I mean? There's so much going on. So I'm in work. Can't nobody feel your pain. And sometimes you just gotta. Did y'all know that Dr. Dre and Snoop released an album this past week? You wouldn't. I went and I listened to it. I don't think. Definitely not mission accomplished. I don't think that's what they were looking for. Where the hell? Oh, there's my tone. All right, hold on a second. I did with a homeboy, with a friend. Man, value your people. Value your people is all I'll say. This is the one thing that I want to start with is value your people. Man, we're living in very, very serious times. You know, there's so many different concerns outside of your own personal life. So many different concerns. You know, drones over New Jersey, like what the fuck? How comfortable it seems that the powers have gotten with uh backtracking on certain things that they told us that, I wouldn't worry about. I wouldn't worry about aliens. I wouldn't worry about drones. I wouldn't worry about fascism. It's that's nothing. It's conspiracy theory. But, and then you got, elections and who's going to be the which one is going to be the one that plunge us into a dystopian American hellscape as if you don't already live in one, right? World War III looming on the horizon. Will it not? Multiple genocides happening in multiple theaters of quote unquote war. I don't know how you call shooting fish in a barrel. No offense to any free Palestine, but no offense to any Palestinians. But if you know how Palestine is set up, how Gaza is set up, you know that it is akin to, I'm not trying to be morbid, I'm just trying to be real, shooting fish in a barrel. Everybody's fenced in, don't really have their own resources. All the resources are provided by their opposition, which is weird. How in the world is somebody your opposition, but you control every aspect of their life? You got that whole thing. There's obviously, you know, racial under overtones to everything going on in America. Think Caitlin Clark when I bring that up. And at the center of all that is your real life. You feel me? Bronco fan, Nuggets fan, Laker fan. Is Diddy just a oversexed business mogul, or does he represent something far more sick and demented going on in our culture? I do think it's the latter, but I still got a life at home. You feel me? Who? The Bez? Have I heard of Bez the rapper? I have not heard of Bez the rapper. Tell me about him. I'll look him up. I'll look him up while we're here. Anyway, at the center of all that is your real life. Your literal excuse me, your literal getting up and going at your real life. Even past your family. You feel what I'm saying? Like you got a wife or you got a husband or you have, siblings, an aunt, an uncle, parents. You literally, I don't have to tell you this, but in case you didn't know, you rise and fall every day in your own skin type shit. How does that feel? Do you stretch in the morning? Did you drink water when you first got up? Like you really, when you think about how life unfolds, the minute you start pushing outward and your concerns become whether or not your kid's going to get into the college that they want to get into, very important. um Whether or not your significant other is happy with their current work situation or home situation. You have your centered life. Now I'm not trying to be, I'm really not, I'm trying to get to a point because I had a conversation with a homeboy. I've known three people in my life all my life: my sister Joy, my sister June, my homeboy Daryl, that I can say stretch back to my earliest remembrances. Obviously, my sisters are my siblings. That's the earliest. But the longest standing relationship I have, because both of my parents are deceased, outside of that would be this cat. And he has a substance abuse problem. Um, Hold on. Let me see what my boy is talking about. He's a Jewish rapper that dissed the entire rap game in 1 minute, 45 seconds. All right, I'll look him up. As long as I don't really, I'm trying to build my channel. So copyright strike doesn't really bother me if my shit's uh non-monetizable right now. I'm just trying to build the channel. So I'll look him up. Um anyway, I got a homeboy. Shout out to my homeboy Stats. And and the reason I'm starting here, not to put things in, I guess just to build some perspective. We're gonna talk about conspiracy theories. We're gonna talk about Heisman Trophy. We're gonna talk about all this shit. But I just want to put things in perspective as to what you should expect when you come here, because I really do want to get this channel. Good news travel fast, right? And I'm an entertaining guy. I'm funny as shit. At least I think so.
Neato, gang.
Yes.
Boy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is my soundboard going nuts on me though? That's not really my favorite.
Not bad, meaning bad, but bad, meaning good.
Anyway, my homeboy Stats has a substance abuse problem. Really, it's alcohol. He has an alcohol problem. He has a drinking problem. He's a full-blown alcoholic. And if you ever had somebody like that in your life and you've ever had to deal with the intervention process, what they'll tell you is that you have to tell the person. You ever watch the show Intervention? You have to tell the person, hey, which I think this is applicable for our relationship. I am a political dissident. I'm going to let you know that now. For those that don't know, I am at best an independent. I guess you'd call when it comes to my political leanings. At best, I call it an independent, conscientious objector, because the two-party system is a no-party system for the people. But I think this message that I'm about to deliver is applicable outside of what I'm talking about specifically, which is my homeboy who has a drug and alcohol problem. Well, not a drug and alcohol. He has an alcohol problem. But anyway, in an intervention, what they'll tell you is that you got to tell the person that you're willing to cut them off in order to make it known to them how serious you are about you get better or I can't, right? Because it takes a toll on the people in your life. And it has. It's taken a toll on people in his life. And to be quite honest with you, in the interest of full disclosure, he is currently about as functionally homeless as one could imagine. Now I'm in Maryland, so there's not much I can do about that. And that would be that would be different if I were in Denver. You can stay with me. At least I can give you a couch. You know what I mean? But he's become such a hazard to not only himself but the people around him that you just find yourself in that position, and it sucks. You know what I mean? It's hard. But I did the crying. I did the mourning. I told him on the phone today. I said, bro, the truth of the matter is that I've already had your funeral in my head. I'm just waiting for the call. That's cold, huh? Is that cold? My best friend is acting the opposite of yours. And I've needed him, but he's never touched alcohol or drugs, not even weed. That's dope. Best friends for over 20 years. Yeah. I've known this dude literally all my life. And so it's especially hard. It's a hard pill to swallow. I have other really close brothers, but I haven't known anyone that's not family longer than this cat. And I told him today, you know what I mean? While we're talking on the phone, I was like, bro, I've already mourned it. So the decisions, okay, let me get to the point. The point I was telling him and that I'm telling y'all. So I was like, I can be upset about your situation like your sister is. His sister also I've known very long. I've known about as long as I've known him, but he's my friend. You feel what I'm saying? She's older than us by 2 years. Tammy, she's older than us. Um, you know, but we people. I've known these people like family all my life. And while I'm on the phone with him, I'm like, bro, let me turn my tones back on. I'm like, as much as I can lament your circumstances, as much as I can bitch and moan and cry and shout and tell you I'm gonna cut you off or whatever. It doesn't matter, right? Because you have to make the choice to stop. Even if I'm there and I'm able to pull you out of your circumstances, you can come stay with me. It's still your choice to. You feel what I'm saying? No one can do it for you, type shit. And for the first time, I had that conversation with him, and I was just resolute. You know what I mean? I'm not sad. I'm not mad. I'm not. I'm happy that he's alive, right? Um, but I'm not in either camp of sorrow. I've that polarity that you experience on the emotional spectrum of extreme happiness, it's not real. There's one thing down the center, right? There's only one thing. And then happiness and sadness or anger and joy, those things occupy the two ends of the spectrum, and you still lie down the center. So I'm not in either place. Just very mad, and I was glad I was able to have the conversation with him. And he himself is pretty matter of fact. Like, in the hospital. He's safe so, you know what I mean? But he's talking about his health, and I'm telling him while we're talking, I'm like, "Well, until you choose where the alcohol is concerned, because your body is obviously telling you it's not working, right? Your family is telling you that it's not working. Um, so what do barbecue or mildew basically at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all over but the crying and the slow singing and the flower bringing. And but but the opposite is true as well. You could pull this whole thing off. You could literally pull this whole thing out of the mud. It's based on what you choose to do. So I say that to say this. When you hear me speak of these subject matters on here, someone's gonna be real extreme and sound real extreme. I just really am coming from a lens that there's our personal life down the center. That no matter what any of this shit is happening, we have a choice down the middle how you're going to start your morning, for instance. Get up like, "Fuck." No, your day's probably gonna go like, you know what I mean? If you get up and if you get in the habit of not taking care of your body, then your body's probably gonna not take care of you at some point. And that means, like, first thing in the morning, do you drink a glass of water? Do you say some type of something to somebody that is, whether it's meditation, prayer, whatever? You externalize go deeper inside, really. Um, and your eyes are open, and it's not just about getting to go to work and get the kids up, is that your day is doing. Like, you down the center, singular you that when you go to sleep, that's who you go to sleep with, same you that you wake up with. I don't care who you're attached to, who you were born with, who you grew up with, who you were born from. Every day you're living singular human with our attachment to, I think, the people. This is my philosophy. Because a lot of this today, what I want to talk about really is how much of these things are just a part of how much of these things that we're seeing happen are just a part of a system that is designed to push you away from that centered, singular focus, even all the way down to the Heisman Trophy in sports. Does that mean that everybody should be some automaton that doesn't speak to anyone else? No, you're having a human experience. It's meant to be here. But I think that the landscape is so outlandish now that I can't draw any other conclusions than there's a lot of things that are being thrown out here, real drummed up and everything in between to keep us from elevating as singular beings. I really genuinely believe that. And that's why I don't have sympathy for the Val situation, because real people out here dealing with the same problems and don't get 4 chances in it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to get that across before we started. And round of applause for anybody who listened to that. If you're lurking, if you're just watching and lurking, do me a favor. Give a like to the video wherever you see it. You don't even have to share it. Just give a like to it. And if you should so choose, subscribe to the channel. What that helps do is boost things around, get the word out as I'm trying to build this. That's all I ask. Round of applause for polite ask. Now, so many places to go. So many places to go. And I'm gonna get to this New Jersey thing because I don't really know a lot. I've purposefully not taken myself down the rabbit hole. Always follow the money, ignore the rest. It's really a mirage. We're about to talk about it. Now, if you're my age, you remember. I just want to start with uh, untruth before we get to this part. Because if you're my age, the Duke lacrosse, you remember the Duke lacrosse rape deal. This is crazy because there's a theme here. We know what just happened with Jay-Z and his accuser, which is Now, I'm not so sure if I remember, and I got opinions on what Jay-Z actually represents and what he is. Please believe. These things have bled into the reasoning. Like, conspiracy is hilarious because Jay-Z stepping away has bled in, and Puffy's thing has bled into LeBron stepping away from the game. And hold on, hold on. You just have this shit's crazy, man. This shit is insane. Are we gonna talk about we'll talk about the shooter. Okay, so if you're my age, you remember the Duke lacrosse scandal. And at the time when it happened, I remember I remember Don Imus, Nappy-headed hose was what got him fired. His opinion on this particular, if you don't remember Don Imus, very controversial, Bravo voice, radio man, who in the old school world was he was that guy. He was that guy on the radio. And I just remember this being one of those, because it's Duke and it's the lacrosse team, and this is 2006-ish. Let me get my exact Duke lacrosse. Yeah, you can't even on the airwaves say that people 2006. Now, why do I say Duke and lacrosse? All things considered, I speak straight. Lacrosse, the other day we were talking about is hockey a white sport or a black sport? Is basketball a black sport or a white sport? Lacrosse, I think by most people's estimation, would not be a black sport. And this was a team of white boys, white guys. So that racial thing, 2006, come on, that was baked into the cake. Where's my baked into the cake? Hold on. Hold on. No, hold on. Got to get it. The first thing I look like,
Leave
why
them
the
crash outs
is you
alone
wearing all
while
leather?
they're crashing.
Look at
Leave
his
them
bum
alone.
ass.
You're clocking in there. You're
Why
9
you
to
gonna
5.
troubling
You
these
like
gangsters
it.
for?
Anybody can talk shit to anybody on that. Nothing's gonna happen.
Damn, my soundboard is all.
Burger.
You see what I'm saying? I got whole.
Are you fucking stupid? Are you up?
You know when people
The cake was already baked. Oh shit, man. I gotta go back in. Sorry about that. Anyway, the racism was already, you know, and there was because somebody called and I believe it was Don Imus at the time, referred to her and alluded to the fact that she was a prostitute. I was like, why does a black girl have to? Everybody, why does a black girl have to be racist? And that was Don Imus' tag. He was a legalized racist. And we went to bat for this girl as a community of black, as a community of sports, just thought in general, this is heinous activity. Believe all. Yeah, I agree. What's breaking up? The soundboard? Tell me what it is. I was when this story broke, I was just like, of course she lied. Let me play this.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't, and that was wrong. And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me, um, and made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God. And that was wrong. And I hope that they can forgive me. And
Mm, okay, I appreciate that, Vision. Hold on, let me fix that. 1 second. How's that? Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. How's that? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. How's that? Tell me. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Better? My soundboard's just been acting like an ass. Hold on. Let me check the stream. I will. So, how's that for a revelation? Oh, much better. Okay, tight, 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 tight. How's that for a revelation? Let me play this again because
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't, and that was wrong. And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me, um, and made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God.
what
And that
the
was
fuck
wrong.
does any of that mean?
And I hope that they can forgive me. And
Now, I saw that and my heart sank because I thought about the energy. Sports, I was working for the Fan at the time when this story broke. And sports is this interesting place, right? Because sports isn't a real thing, right? We follow it, we watch it happen. He's watching Travis Hunter right now. Uh, but it's a distraction. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like, don't let me shit on your all in your biscuits, but it's a distraction to keep us away from the main thing being the main thing, which is how are people doing? Like for real. No, no, no. I'm not even trying to be poetic or like overly dramatic. This is a human experience. And much of the things that we deal with are so inhuman that and when I say inhuman, I'm not saying inhumane. I'm saying opposite of being human. You know what I mean? The places where we focus our attentions, all that shit. Anyway, when this happened, few are the times when sports and a story breaks, it takes on a complexion that can take real life and inject it back into this escape. This and every other political esque or sometimes criminal situation is that intersection. And we rode hard for this girl against those boys. And for her to 18 years later to come out and this be her. I was looking for validation from people. This is pre social media. So the validation points that she's talking about and the people that she's talking about was who? TV. Um, you got probably the worst ticket that could be hung on anybody outside of Chomo is rapist. And it is apprehensible to think, it is reprehensible, excuse me, to think that this is even couched as a valid reason. This person should be jailed. And it's gonna bleed into my other point. Let me see. Let's
After she had been hired to dance at a house party the teen was throwing. Police charged David Evans, Colin Finnerty, and Reed Seligman after Mangum's accusations. But after much back and forth and the city's DA stepping down from the case, North Carolina's Attorney General later dismissed the charges, citing a lack of evidence. But now, going on the record on a podcast nearly 20 years later, Crystal Mangum says she was lying the whole time.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't. And that was wrong.
That was wrong. And that was wrong. You think? And that was wrong.
My bad.
You think? Like
And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me. And made up a story that wasn't true.
Now, mind you, if she was dancing at a party for these young men, that means that she was a stripper. That was what we, because, of course, this is the beginning of all that bullshit. Slut shaming, this weird turn that we took in the culture. This weird ass, like, what does slut shaming even mean? You're a slut. I'm not even trying to be dynamic. I'm talking about by definition. It's the same thing that I'm telling my homeboy. Hey, as much as we want you to get better, you have to make a choice to do it because no one can do it for you. You're a drunk. You're an alcoholic. And the alcohol is killing you. I don't have to cry about that. That doesn't have to be. And you know what? When I say he and I have a rapport, but you know what his response was? Like, yeah, all right. I love you. I hope to see you again. So anyway, my whole point is like, what the fuck does slut shaming even mean? But this was the beginning of all that. Amber Rose, think Amber Rose. This is all 2006. This is right before we took this weird ass turn that we find ourselves at 18 years later here in this America. Think about the world in 2006, which is a trip.
Because I wanted validation from people.
What validation could you want from people? Bitch, you're a stripper. I'm not even, again, make your money. Get it how you live. You get your validation in the form of ones and fives and tens, 20s, sometimes hundreds. Does that mean that you should be abused? Of course not. Of course not. Two things can exist within the same space. You can be a scripper, and you don't have to be abused when you're scripping. Those two things can occupy the same space.
And not from God.
Between athletes, everybody who attributes God's interest in all this bullshit, it kills me. You were looking for validation in everybody. And now I assume that means she's had some come to Jesus moment in her life. That's cool. That's dope. I guess. What's God got to do? Why are we always dragging God into, thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? You think Jesus? Wait, where's this thing? This is hold on, watch this. I'm not just chatting, chat. I'm not just chatting. This is going, but this shit is hilarious. Oh, please, God, let it come up. I know I saved it. Hold on 1 second, chat. People think Jesus and God are so interested in what the fuck we got going on down here. They think God is so interested in it. I'm telling you this right now. if there is, here it goes, here it goes. Hold on. If there is, if there is a God, I can guarantee you this: that nigga don't give a damn that we down here fucking up. You know why I know? You know how I know? Because look at shit. Look how things are. And I'm not even a detrimentalist like that because I have a whole different set of values and beliefs where that's concerned. But it's fine if you believe that. It's fine if you believe in God. I'm not here to to challenge anybody's belief in Jesus. This shit right here, though.
One thing you're going to hear a lot about is the second coming of Caucasian Jesus. But I don't think it's going to happen how everyone thinks it's going to happen. We know that Caucasian Jesus ascended up into heaven. And we know that he will come down the exact same way he left. Even if he were moving at the speed of light, he has not made it out of the galaxy just yet. Wherever he is in the vastness of deep space.
Look at Jesus is flying across like the Crab Nebula.
At some point, he will have to dramatically alter his course and head back to Earth. And when he does come down, we know that it will be loud, hot, and there will be lots of fire. When we put all the pieces of the puzzle together, this perfectly describes an extinction-level impact event. My first solution is that we acquire time with the James Webb Telescope and use its highly sensitive instruments to pinpoint Caucasian Jesus' exact coordinates in the vastness of deep space. If humanity is given enough notice, this will give us time to build and launch a mission to intercept the Caucasian Jesus. You have to keep in mind that this is post-resurrection, post-ascension, Caucasian space Jesus. He's virtually indestructible. Once we have intercepted the Caucasian space Jesus, we will be able to deploy thruster rockets on him and slowly guide him to one of 5 Lagrange points in space. From there, we can initiate the Skeeter program, which is an acronym for Space Caucasian Eosinophil Erythrocyte T-cell extraction robot. And with it, we will be able to extract the very powerful blood from the Caucasian space Jesus. With an infinitely renewable resource of this extremely powerful substance, humanity will be propelled into the space age. With all the wars...
It's just like her Jesus moment is as ridiculous as that, is all I'm saying. Her Jesus moment is as ridiculous as that. Because where was Jesus? Where was he at the moment you were about to have these 3 innocent men jailed for one of the worst jackets? Let me tell you something. Again, I'll hang it. I got a homeboy. Shout out to my homeboy Cav. I'm gonna do a show. I'm gonna do a sit down with him because his story is this. I don't give a fuck, and I mean he knows his story made the paper. In the 90s, late 90s, University of Denver, Hooper, accused of rape by the girl he was dating. They were, well, to say that they were dating was to say that she loved basketball players and dated the team. But Cav stuck with it, if that makes any sense. The type of girl that you'll fuck, but you won't wife. You feel me? And she did what this girl did. She, hollered the unthinkable. And that man literally spent well over 14 years behind bars with that jacket hung on him, though, right? Because it's the jacket that comes with it. The time, of course, is one thing. Chomo, sexual assaulter. The 2 worst jackets that you could ever hung on you. They put a tracker on you when you get out. Like you end up with a red dot. They got an app to track your whereabouts. And let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 1,000. If these 3 cats wasn't white, they'd have got the Cav experience. That's a whole nother conversation that we could have about the justice system. I don't want to get too obtuse. I don't want to be too wide. Got to stay narrow down the middle. Where was Jesus at in your calculations? He ain't step in and pop up on your shoulder like, don't say that. Hold on. Bitch, shut your ass up. I know what you did. I'm already on it. I'm on your hat, on your helmet. And again, think about what the response was at the time from Black America. who said just because she's a stripper don't mean she deserves to be sexual assaulted. Believe all women. Y'all just shitting on this black woman because you was in the paper for being stabbed 9 times? For what? You gonna have to go deeper on that. 14 years. We're gonna have to talk about that, Fish. So miss me, by the way. My point is miss me with all that Jesus. I won't I won't venture in to challenge that. If that is your relationship with the all, yeah, I think it's very true. I don't hold morality in this space that says, you know, one should do or should do no wrong in order to be. I've in my lifetime done my share of bullshit. And when I was a Christian believer, um, things that I knew were going to have me sent, I definitely wasn't going to heaven. Since I've come to a different understanding of what I believe to be the truth, where God is concerned, it's not Abrahamic, but it's along the same lines. And I'm not here to tell anybody that you can't right your ship because morality is something that's set in place by people who aren't very moral many of the time. But fuck all that. What kind of bullshit? How look how we've skated past. I hung a jacket on 3 innocent men behind some. I know that the mantra is believe all women. That's the story. This is the window dressing. Bitch, I don't give a fuck if you came and God came and spoke to you personally. Get to the shit. The part where you hung a jacket. You know the story of Rosewood? Have you ever seen the movie Rosewood? You know the story of Rosewood, the Emmett Till lynching, all of these things begin behind a woman lying about sexual assault. In the Emmett Till case, it was obviously not wasn't sexual assault. It might as well have been the way that them crackers ended up handling that, right? A young boy whistles at a white woman, and that's a reason to beat him to death, chain a motor around his neck, and drop him to the bottom of the right. Point being, though, a woman's honor was besmirched, and then justice meted out. Same thing. Rosewood's a real story about a white woman cheating on her husband. Husband finds out, blames it on her brother, and just gives racist white folks a reason to go over to the town of Rosewood and do what they had been dying to do already anyway, which is burn the motherfucker down. That's a true story. Fast forward to 2006, Crystal Mangum. I don't give a fuck about validation, God, all that you found out in 2014. Let's get to you and what should be meted out as the punishment for your lies. The fuck is she talking about? Where's my Space Jesus video at? Where is Space Jesus?
And rumors of wars. One thing you're going to hear a lot about is the second coming of Caucasian Jesus. But I don't think it's going to happen how everyone thinks it's going to happen.
I need Caucasian Jesus right now because this bitch is about to piss me the fuck off.
Letting them know that they're valuable.
God is loving them through her to let them know that they're valuable. So God came to you personally, had you hang this jacket on them, complicate their lives beyond recognition in order to let them know through your treachery and lies that he loves them. How come God can't never just talk to nobody straight? How come it's always the Lord told me he got a message for you? Oh yeah, did he? So where was he at? Where was his message for you in the Cadillac that the new Cadillac that he bought you that you used the building fund money for, Pastor? I'm gonna open up the portal so we can talk about your story, bruh. Something in the driver's stop. Oh yeah, hold on. Same person have all events. Okay. Something in the driver's stop came running at me, started fighting. Him and his cousin stabbed. God damn. Then they drove off and you chased. Spent a week in the hospital the day your son was born. Fishing. Well, I'm glad that you made it out of that. People using religion as an excuse. Yeah. I mean, religion is the first sign that you should run is when they say religion. Religion is man's pursuit of answers about the unknown. And it's really not even that. It's man's organized club in order to convince you that they're pursuing answers of the unknown. Ain't got shit to do. You know, you'll find far more church taking your shoes off, going outside into your yard, setting your feet on your own grass, listening to birds, watching the clouds roll by, telling your job, fuck it, I quit. There's more church in that. There's more church in that than you'll ever find around the corner at you know, Christ our King or whatever the hell. If you knew what Christ was, Christos, what it is, it's an oil that supposedly or allegedly lives at the base of your spine and your sacrum. Christ just means spirit. John 10:34. Is it not written in your law, I say ye are gods? That's what Jesus is talking about. You all have the ability inside of you to do this. Whether he's a mythical person, whether he's a real person, like this is why when you do any amount of research on bibliography and where that and anthropological historical fact meet up, you quickly realize, oh shit, I don't know if these Christian cats know what they talk about. Well, some of them do know what they're talking about. They know exactly. Okay, I'll give it to you like this. What's the one thing that everybody says at the end of a prayer if you're Abrahamic faith? They say amen, right? Watch this. Hold on. Amen. Watch this. Amen Ra, also known as Amen Ra, who? The sun god. Major Egyptian deity, the worship as the god as the god of the sun, air, and kingship. That sounds sun, the son of God, Sunson. One of the most important gods in Egypt mythology. Wait a minute, Egypt mythology. Where did the Jews go and spend their time? Oh yeah, Egypt. That's where Moses brought them out of. Egypt. Amen Ra originated as a local deity in Thebes, where he was worshipped as Amun, Amun, the god of wind and fertility. During the 11th dynasty. Oh, wait, there's a Greek god of the sun, Apollo. Oh, so that's not new. Where did the Christian church, Greek, Greco-Roman? Oh, that's not new. So maybe Maybe your Bible ain't what you think it is. Is all I'm trying to say. During the 11th dynasty, 21st century, Amun rose to national importance, replacing Montu as the patron deity of Thebes. He was later merged into, he was later what? He was later merged with the sun god Ra. So they used to merge gods? Oh, yeah. Wait, so if they used to merge gods, why does everyone say amen? Amen. Trust me, amen. It's not a coincidence it's not a secret, first of all. Amen Ra. It's not a secret. And it's not a coincidence that that's what people say at the end of every prayer in the Christian church. So then the question is, well, if Amen Ra was the sun god, and Christians say amen at the end of the prayer, who do you think you're praying to? Now, I could tell you who you think you're praying to, and it's Space Jesus. But the word says that you're talking to that sun god that the Egyptians, whom the Jews sat right next to and learned about from. There's a whole thing. It's a lot. I'm not going to get into it here. So my point is that you fast forward to the 1800s and I come in the name of Jesus Christ. Which Jesus? What the fuck are you talking about? For most people, like what? That book, isn't that how old? When was the Council of Nicaea? Watch this. Watch this. I'm getting to a point. Council of Nicaea. This is when your church, this is when 325 AD. The Emperor Constantine, right? 325 AD. We're in 2024. So a little over 1,700 years, a little less than 1,700 years ago. Almost damn near to the 2017. Yeah. So 1,700 years ago. That's a long time. That's a long time ago. It's not that long ago, but it's a long time ago. That's when this is post Jesus. This is post all that. That's when your Bible came together. It wasn't written by no. Oh, okay. There's a whole that I'm telling y'all. So my point when I'm saying this is when niggas start talking all that, God told me, Jesus, you don't even know who you're talking to or about. Your best bet would be to find it on the inside of you, is all I'm saying. So when people get to talking all this, oh, thanks for my Lord and Christ, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, all that, that's cool. I'm not taking it away from do whatever floats your boat, man. I don't got a heaven to throw you out of, or a hell to throw you in, or a heaven to keep you out of. I don't think on a certain level it matters all that much. I used to ask my homeboys this. I'd be like, so if what what happens to, let's say you're a good person. I'm getting back to Crystal, I'm coming for you because it has to be said. And I'm saying all this for a reason. When it comes to this, all bleeds into UFOs or drones or whatever. The truth is something that anyway. What happens if you just live a normal life? Let's say you're born in the jungles of Peru. You're not on any one thing. You're just born inside your little village in the jungles of Peru, right? You don't go up to Machu Picchu. You don't do none of that shit. You just live amongst the people who your people have always lived amongst for however long y'all been living there. And then you die. You think God keeps you out of heaven because you didn't profess Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Sooner or later, the shit is going to hit the fan.
You think that happens? Again, to your point, Fishing, religion is just something that somebody employed for use of power to offload self-agency and put it in the sky. I'm not responsible for what I did. The devil made me do it. And then God will forgive me and this bitch is sitting here talking all this bullshit when what we really want to know is what kind of mother monster are you not to have done the thing? Because the thing, okay, everybody's chasing validation. People are doing it on Instagram all day, every day now. Everybody's chasing validation. Everybody's got their truth. Everybody wants to be validated. Everybody wants to be special. Everybody wants to be looked after. All that's fine. Great. Love it. Good for you. Where's my round of applause? Everybody's special. That's awesome. Awesome. Autumn. What kind of person are you, though, to 18 years later, get your sorry ass on television and skip through the whole of the meat of the story in order to start espousing whatever the hell about what the fuck you're talking about some God that I can prove to you. If you go to church, you still don't even know what you're talking about.
And that they didn't deserve that.
Joining me now is CNN's Gene Casares, who reported
they didn't deserve that. Let's look at the three dudes. Now, if you think people are this frail, here's my point to you, taxpayer. You think individuals are this frail and they play around the lines and do all kind of crazy, wild shit to heap praise upon themselves or to avoid the consequences of their actions. What the fuck do you think your government's capable of? If people make up let me stop. A little, I'll connect a dot on your ass.
Way to go, neato, gang.
Yes.
Boy.
Oh.
Yeah.
3 members of the Duke lacrosse team were charged with first-degree rape. This is crazy. Of a stripper who performed at a party they attended. What's crazy is at the time, there were some people who were like, I mean, she's a stripper. And people were like, you can't say that. But I mean, she's a stripper. Why would you, doesn't mean because, which is true. I submit, if a woman walks out of her house barely clothed, that is not reason in any way, shape, or form. Probably is the precursor to it, though. It sets the scene. Let's just say it sets the scene. It's a party starter. Again, I think that it's weird that in our culture, I also think it's weird that in our culture, men are not accustomed to naked bodies of women and go crazy about it. That shows you how repressed the culture is. Because I can take you to places, I can show you places right here on YouTube where women walk on the continent, bare-chested, barely clothed. And it seems like they're having a good time of it. I don't live in those communities, but it doesn't seem like the men are all that affected by it. So what is it about our culture that represses that? That's one thing. But we're here now. This is where we live. So all I'm saying is that if you're a woman, right, and you walk out of your house and your ass is hanging out, well, at least at a certain point in time, because nowadays I think the scene was to set, and maybe it's for the better. I don't know. But I just remember the sentiment at the time. People being like, oh, she's a stripper. And people be like, you can't say that. You can't. She should be allowed to. And then we all course corrected. Like, yeah, that's probably not a enlightened opinion to have. Just because she's a stripper doesn't mean that she should be assaulted. No one was saying that. I'm just saying, well, let's be careful here about the believe all women part. What are we talking about? What happened here? Who did what? 2006, 3 members of the Duke lacrosse team were charged with first-degree rape of a stripper who performed at the party that they attended. It's crazy.
What was remarkable is that lots of figures within the media, within the Duke faculty, and to a certain extent within the Duke administration, not only presumed the players to be guilty, but then drew these very broad moral judgments. It was a completely closed-minded early approach to the case. My name is Casey Johnson. I'm a professor of history at Brooklyn College and the CUNY Graduate Center. I wrote a blog on the Duke lacrosse case called Durham in Wonderland and co-wrote a book on the case with Stuart Taylor called Until Proven Innocent. During spring break, when most of the students at Duke were off campus, the captains of the lacrosse team came up with the not-so-bright idea of inviting 2 strippers to perform for the players. One of them was this woman, Crystal Mangum, who we subsequently learned had very severe mental. She arrived, she had no particular interest in performing. It appears as if she was...
Mental problems. Why does it seem like some of the most religious people can always be attached to those who also tend to have? I'm a very spiritual person, and I think I, would be categorized as somebody with my own set of mental problems. Book of Ezekiel talks about God's coming down balls that didn't make sounds. Religious freaks say God. Open-minded people think God could be an alien. Yeah. That's the motherfuckers in New Jersey. We get into it. We get into it. These accounts, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. I think it's time to. I think it's about time to move on. But I'm gonna let this run for a little more, and then we'll get on to New Jersey.
On some sort of combination.
Far more interesting. This is more the tale of. Oh, these are pictures from the party. This is more a tale of. The reason I wanted to start here really is because one, I didn't. I don't want to revisit it. 2, what 18 years she was able to do this, and then 18 years later, it's just kind of like, I can't. I just wanted validation, and God saw fit to forgive me of my sins, and then, I'm so sorry. I hope those young men can find God. What the fuck are you talking about?
Prescription drugs, and the party relatively quickly turned ugly. There was a shouting match between the other dancer and members of the team. By this point, most of the guys had already left. And then the second dancer, a woman named Kim Roberts, drove off. And in a normal circumstance, no one ever would have heard of this again. But as Roberts drove off, she found out that her fellow dancer had passed out. She called the police to come and get Mangum to take her either home or to a psychological institution. Mangum by the police. She was going to be admitted to a psychiatric institution and was prompted improperly by a nurse who asked her whether she had been raped. And Mangum, who knew the system well, said yes. She was sent to Duke Hospital and she made an allegation.
I be telling motherfuckers all the time. People who claim, like, when you crazy, my homeboy, he's borderline. I ain't gonna hold you. And when I say crazy, in Eastern religion, if you like in India, Hinduism, if you're like, I'm God, Sikhs and spiritual people will tell you, you figured it out, and go on about their business. And people like that live in all manner of conditions. Some of them housed, some of them unhoused. My point is, who the crazy people are. They usually have a break with reality in ways that elucidate their level of crazy. They might smear poop on their face. They might smear their own feces on their face. They might not eat. They'll be in various states of disrepair. My point is this: if you can get up, you can do things, eat a sandwich, when you have to go to the bathroom, when to charge your cell phone. You know what I mean? You hold down. That's not to say you don't have mental issues. I'm just saying, crazy. If you know how to work the system. Crazy, you're paying attention. What did my homeboy saying in the house party? Yo, you conscious motherfucker. Unless you got a sleepwalking problem or something, we can straighten it right out. Yeah, we'll break your legs and kick your fucking ass. Yo, you conscious motherfucker.
We saw a kind of mob mentality that of the Duke faculty.
Sound familiar?
Which culminated in an April 2006 statement signed by 88 Duke faculty members called the Group of 88, in which before any charges even had been filed, these 88 faculty members took out an ad, a full-page ad, in the Duke campus newspaper. They unequivocally asserted that something had happened to Crystal Mangum. She was claiming rape. The lacrosse players said nothing happened. They said that regardless of what the court decided or what the police said, and they thanked public protesters for not waiting and making themselves heard. And the highest profile public protest that had occurred at that point had been a march in front of the captain's house in which protesters had carried large signs urging the captains.
Sounds familiar.
It was a complete abandonment of any pretense of objectivity, of any interest in the truth.
What if I told you
There were
that?
three elements that proved Mangum lied. The first, and
What if I told you that Reverend Al Sharpton's career began under the same auspices with Tawana Brawley?
and by far the most important, was the DNA. Mangum's story was that she was sexually assaulted for 30 minutes by a group of people who did not use condoms. In such an assault, DNA would be left behind, and she was immediately taken to the hospital. DNA samples were taken from all 46 white lacrosse players, and there were no matches to any 46. The second were the descriptions. Mangum did describe the people who attacked her. Those descriptions didn't resemble.
Look at the squad. Look at the squad. I told you, I'm not telling tales out of school. Them's all white boys. This was a complete flip reversal of, you feel me? What the culture had experienced up until that point. White criminality, while it is the country, make no mistake, the country was founded upon white criminality. By the media, by the media era, by the time we get to 2006, this was not the face of crime, is all I'm saying. This was not the face of criminality. That's what it was. And Duke, it was like, clutch your pearls time. And then the pendulum swung so hard in the other direction, right? Where it's like, yeah, you motherfuckers been getting away with it for forever, kind of type shit. And the faculty obviously was loath to be told that they didn't know better. And the rest of us followed suit. Kind of crazy, because you feel like an asshole in the aftermath.
In any way, any of the lacrosse players. And the third were the inconsistencies within Mangum's story. Mangum looked at a number of different photo arrays. There was only one lacrosse player that she positively identified as being at the party in every single photo array that she looked at. The problem is that was one lacrosse player who could prove that he was never in Durham. He actually wasn't in Durham County the night of the party. And that information was shared with prosecutors. So the prosecutors knew before they went forward that they had a wholly unreliable witness whose descriptions didn't match her alleged attackers, and where there was no medical basis.
All right. Point being is that I saw that and I was like, is nothing sacred? And the truth of the matter is, no, nothing is sacred. Let's move on to, which just brings me to drones over New Jersey. Bombs over Baghdad, drones over New Jersey. Hell, the Haktua girl might not even be real. Yeah. So I've been watching and seeing everyone's reaction. I look at the sky and I look at the sky and I'm looking for, planets in the moon. I've seen what I believe to be like, see these blinking lights? Those blinking, hey, blinking. See those blinking lights? I've seen shit like that in the sky before. But when you see like what drones are capable of doing, I'm always looking at the sky and I'm looking for planets and stars and the moon. I have a love affair with the moon. And apparently we've grown so numb to the news cycle. Let me see.
HS needs to brief the public on right now is, what do they know where these drones are from? Are they authorized or unauthorized? Right? Are they licensed or unlicensed? Where are they from? And making sure we do everything humanly possible and that they are taking every step, working in collaboration with the state police to prevent any drone from going to places where they shouldn't be, right? Which is a huge issue, right? You were talking about Picatinny Arsenal. Apparently, the Army reported there were 11 sightings, right? Reservoir, over reservoirs have we seen sightings, right? And which could be a threat, of course, to public safety. What do we know where they are? How do we stop them from being in airports and other places?
Now, taking into consideration my theory.
Think of that trick, how they pulled it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
To your point, Fishin, I don't disagree at all. And that was wrong. Oh, for Oh, sweat for real? That was wrong. People, I mean, the culture in this, experiment, in the American experiment, is almost always that the ends justify the means by any and all means. Listen to this quote again that the dude said where the drones are flying.
I believe the FBI and DHS needs to brief the public on right now is what do they know where these drones are from? Are they authorized or unauthorized? Right? Are they licensed or unlicensed? Where are they from? And making sure we do everything humanly possible and that they are taking every step, working in collaboration with the state police to prevent any drone from going to places where they shouldn't be, right? Which is a huge issue, right? You're talking about Picatinny Arsenal. Apparently, the Army reported there were 11 sightings, right?
An arsenal.
Reservoir, over reservoirs, we've seen.
A reservoir where drinking water is kept.
Sightings, right? And which could be a threat of the. What do we know where they are? How do we stop them from being in airports and other places?
Now, we are talking about New Jersey, so. I mean, you know what I mean? But I've often said this about drug trafficking. And this is just a very baseline assessment for me. We live in, allegedly, the most technologically sound, militarily protected country in the world. So, if third worlders from, by the way, South America, hold on, let me show y'all something. It gets real conspiratorial around me. You understands me? But when things just make sense, I think it makes sense to just go with things that make sense. What was this? Watch this. Is this real or fake? Look at this. So he's pointing that at this. That's just a stationary spot in the sky. Now, this is where I kind of like, watch this. There's one that's blinking. He points his laser pointer at the one that's blinking. Now other blinking lights pop up in the sky. And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, is that real? Because if you look at the tree, watch this tree down here. Oh, shit. Hold on. My bad.
They are all over the fucking place.
All right. Let me go back.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? It'll rack back.
Seen shit?
You see these ones down here, though. I think this is fake. Like, look how his light is reacting to things that it's hitting in the sky. I would put nothing past intergalactic war. All right, this person's on what I'm on. Fake as hell. Boy, I see them on the trees. Someone edited Eddie video. So, okay, that looks real. Although I don't understand how the laser pointer stops on the thing. Again. And now look at the other ones that show up in the sky. But if you look at the tree, just look at the tree down here. Right. Yeah, that's fake as hell. Okay. This is my point. With somebody is filming that slow moving giant. Staten Island. Is this one?
Mama.
Strange crash in DC. Look at this. Look at this. What is that? This is in DC. It's got smoke coming off of it. Looks like a menorah falling.
Okay, I do not know what's going on right now. I heard a noise. I come outside. There's sirens blaring, and I see this huge trail.
See the trail
in
smoke?
the sky.
Yes? Captain, no police? Man.
The stage is always ready for the show. Don't get caught up in the hype. Stay focused on your goals of community,
And it's
growing your
quiet,
own
as if they're
food,
waiting for something.
and most importantly, loving each other. These are my points. Multiple reports of strange
Midnight
crash
right
in
now.
DC, October
And
13th.
there's
You hear about this?
huge
I live in Maryland.
trail
I
that
didn't hear
something
about
crash landed. What the heck is that? What is this?
Expecting something. Preparing for something.
Because the truth of the matter is, look, New Mexico, December 6th, 2024. UFO identification by NEIOH. You are indeed living in moments described in ancient prophecies, but knowledge was limited with those dreaming awake. This is to your point. Fission. Wheels within wheels were depictions of motherships. Now you're here again as the final waking dream is unfolding with spectacular moments of recognition, with great familiarity to the life that is closer than your breath. You're the soul that has seen motherships throughout your infinite life. Enjoy our Palladian motherships, as well as those from our many Elohim races and stars of light. The mothership is not seen in its entirety. There are always aspects that are cloaked, with which allows viewing of what is chosen. They never show up in the middle of the day, though. The turning of wheels within wheels is the mothership, but a portion of the massive craft that is occupied by 20 Palladians. You know that there are 20 Palladians in there? We're here now in great numbers. We love you. We love you so. New Mexico, December 6, 2024. All modern legitimate UFO sightings are Galactic Federation, mostly Palladian, Arcturian, Syrian, and Andromedan. These are peaceful sightings to get our attention, to be noticed by those who are ready to see, with alternative explanations available for those who aren't ready yet. Sightings will continue to increase as we get closer to the shift to 5D Earth, the rapture. This is biblical. NEOH is one of the members of the Galactic Federation that is helping with our ascension to 5D Earth. He is one of Kabamur's guides here on Earth, as well as his brother on Taygeta in the Pleiades. NEIOH is also Judith's guide and her son Taygeta, and they communicate through telepathy on a daily basis. See, here's my problem with all of these things. And this is why I'm like, yeah, drones. Okay, let me get back to drug dealers. Now, I've seen a lot of shit that I can't explain. What do they call it? UEP that flies by the pilot. Let me see. Military UEP. The guy talked about it on Rome the guy talked about it on Rogan. Military sighting UEP footage. I've seen a ton of things that I can't explain. I've seen a ton of things that I can't explain. And so everything's up for discussion. Please believe. I'm not here to tell you that.
There's a whole fleet of them.
I'm not here to tell you whether or not
Oh my gosh.
they're real or not.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
Tell you that certain
Look at that thing, dude.
are duped across great lies being told by the powers that be.
Oh, got it! Woohoo! Roger.
2015. That thing is moving. And that's military grade footage, tracking devices, all of that.
Is it? It's not.
Well,
There's look at that thing.
This part, you see how
It's rotating.
crazy.
There's a whole fleet of them.
What's my point?
Oh my gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Just, the same way that I don't think any of those people who jumped off the boat and became old girl back in 2006.
Got it! Woohoo! Roger.
The person would be of so low moral fiber, let alone a stripper, as to lie about sexual assault. Couldn't fathom it. This is only 18 years ago. He couldn't fathom it. That one person could be that duplicitous. And yet, 18 years later, she comes back. You know what her explanation is?
There's look at that thing. It's rotating.
Validation in all the wrong places. I should have been asking God, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who's soon to return on wings of angels. I hope that those young men are all right and that they can find their way to. That was her reasoning. I just wanted validation and I should have been looking at it from God. What the fuck do you think motivates your government to do the things that it does? Because again, if you're telling me that we live in a nation that can get footage like this, look at this. This is the tracking of a high-speed UEP. They're tracking that sumbitch. Look at it. All the way down to its movings.
Against the wind. The wind's
the water.
There's a whole fleet of them.
And I guess it.
My gosh. Went against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Imagine the power of the camera that's taking. I know that. Look at it. Look. Zoom, tracking it. Got it.
Roger.
I mean, the most powerful military in the world. If you live in a country, do this. There's my boy Jermaine. Phase for 2010. 5D Earth. For sure. This is my old boy Jermaine. Shout out Urban Nerd Studios.
Is it? It's not. There's look at that thing.
Well, they can do that.
It's rotating.
There's our military that can do that. And you know what? I believe them. There's no reason to believe that that footage isn't real. Now, what that is that they're tracking, I got no idea. I have no idea. Is it an unidentified flying object? Is it a UFO or what are they? Unidentified explained phenomena? Unexplained or whatever phenomena? Is it a Russian, or a Japanese or a Chinese technological development? Is it from outer space or inner space? I don't know. But what I do know is that footage, I think the naked eye can confirm that footage is real. And if you have the power, this is why I'm building a point. If you have technology in our disposal militarily that can track that, and you can't keep quote unquote third worlders from bringing drugs across your borders, I submit to you that I shouldn't either A, feel safe in this country because you can't protect us, but clearly you can, or you're letting them in. Now, which do you think is which do you think is the more plausible conclusion to draw? They can see the face on a nickel from space. Exactly. So then I submit to you this. You're dealing with a governing body that would lie to you about everything, much less anything.
Think of that trick, how they pulled it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
Nobody wants to do that. No one wants to, because your whole many people who my country tells them their whole worldview would crack if they ever dared to think like they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Because how are these drones? I get how they're flying. I get that. There's drones over New Jersey. Cool. No one knows where they're from. They're not sanctioned. Great. Jermaine, you can speak to this. Jermaine's a digital creator and a content creator and a damn good one. Jermaine, can you fly a drone in Denver? Can you fly a drone in Denver over stadium space, over certain spaces, downtown space, stadium space? Can you fly your drone over downtown, just unimpugned? When he chimes back, you'll find out. You know that drone flyers have to register. They have to get, most people who fly drones, I'm assuming most, you have to register at some point in time with the FAA. You know why? Because it's an aircraft. You know the type of shit that could happen if you just had every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry, which many people are. I know that there are commercial grade drone flyers who don't go through the piloting licensing process. But please believe, if you tried to fly your drone over, is it Invesco Field? What is it now? It's not Invesco. Whatever you call, whatever Broncos Stadium is now. UNESCO, Invesco, whatever. Try and fly your drone over that stadium during a game. I guarantee it won't even be, they don't have to call out F-15 fighter jets to shoot your shit down. That motherfucker will shut down. You'll see the FAA. Jermaine, am I lying? Urban Nerd Studios, pipe in if I'm lying. You can't just fly them motherfuckers anywhere. You can't. And why do you think that is? Because we are well defensed in many ways. If nothing else, knows how to stop people from. So now think about, I don't know, 9/11. But let's not go that far. I'm just saying. This whole drone over New Jersey thing, even as much as the whole, just the, like, we went from, yeah, come on, UFOs, you guys are crazy. That's conspiracy. That's crazy. There are no UFOs. To the best of our knowledge, no one has the technology to the best of our knowledge, no one's ever come across a and they sell you the line, and then they posit it as, and anyone who doesn't buy this line is a conspiracy theorist. Only 18 years later to come back and be like, I was just looking for, we were just looking for attention. We just wanted to, we just wanted validation by lying to you about what we know about UFOs and what we know about space. There it is. It's pretty basic. It's pretty fucking basic. So what does that tell you about the drones that fly over military ammunition dumps in New Jersey? Or reservoirs? And the people who tell you, and we just don't know what these things are. I tried to fly my drone by the jail on accident and lost control. Exactly. Yes. So again, now we could just do deductive reasoning from this point because we're smart. We are smart. So if a drone is able to fly, what do they say? What? Let me go back. If a drone is able to fly over a military installation, New Jersey drones. Hold on. Let's go back to this. Where's my guy at? Talking all that shit. If a drone is able to fly over a military installation, let me see. New Jersey residents are frustrated dozens of potential drone sightings in the skies above their homes and threatening to take action on their own if the government doesn't start providing answers. I guarantee you this, your government's probably not going to start providing answers. By the way, I don't think that the guy whose last name is Mangione, who just so happens to, if you're my age, you remember Chuck Mangione. There was a song. I'm not going to play it because now I don't want to get copyright strike because I think I'm having a good stream. But it used to go something like this. Hold on. It's pretty much a trumpet solo. I know it's got other, instruments in it, but it used to go like this. You know what song I'm talking about? You know the song? It's by a guy named Chuck Mangione. This is what I'll tell you. Y'all, I don't think you're ready to live in the America that you actually live in. Chuck. Watch, as soon as Chuck Mangione. And then I'm the shooter. Oh my God. The smooth jazz angle. I love that. I love how that's titled. As the world pores over the biography and extensive history of Luigi Mangione, the 26-year-old suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, one significant at least for fans of a quietly sophisticated flugelhorn music, has gone unanswered. Is the alleged shooter related, even in some distant way, to Chuck Mangione? Chuck Mangione, of course, is the horn player behind the massively popular 1978 song Feel So Good. Okay. Upbeat groove, breezy sing-along hook made it a rare instrumental to crack the top 10 of Billboard's singles chart and provided an early blueprint for what we now know as smooth jazz. Smooth jazz, by the way, is what killed jazz. The same way that Luigi Mangione allegedly killed that United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. Smooth jazz killed jazz. Oh, the plot thickens. And provided an early blueprint for what we know now as smooth jazz. Now, 84, Chuck has led an accompaniment after that smash success, including an early stint as Art Blakey's Jazz Messengers, blah, 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 a group known, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't help but think, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't help but think of him when Luigi's name first made public as a person of interest in the Thompson investigation. Searching Twitter and Blue Sky showed me I wasn't alone. Could America's two most famous Mangiones share a bloodline? It seemed, for some obscure reason, worth trying to find out. The initial evidence pointed, sort of shockingly, to yes. But the more I dug in, the less clear it became. I want to go. Hold on. I want to go somewhere else. Same line. MK Ultra. You're not ready for the country that you live in. I'm trying to tell you. You're just not ready. I don't want Blaze Media because people believe that they're compromised. This is all drone conversation, by the way. If things are drones, if these things are drones and as big as they say they are, the FAA sees them and can track them. Exactly. So tell us where they're going. At least tell us where they landed. Can you tell us where they came from, where they went? Someone needs to call Ja Rule about these drones. Oh my God. Hold on, man. MK Ultra. Let me see. Let me go back. Operation. You can't make this stuff up. Let's see. PSYOP or Black Op? And that's what you need to ask yourself about these drones. PSYOP or Black Op? Clusterfuck or mindfuck? Or all four happening all at once? This is the country that we live in, by the way. Oh, where's my guy at? Where's my guy at?
I'm saying this with confidence. Now, listen to this again. You got to listen.
Except that's exactly what the perps did. They made the whole effing Luigi Mangione, made up the whole Luigi Mangione story. First, take a close look at two photographs above. That seems to me like the same guy. I don't know how you guys have come out on this. It seems like the same guy. Trust me, this is drone talk. I can't tell you what those drones are, but what I can tell you is that for it to make it to the news, this is what I can tell you. For it to make it to the news, for it to be a news story at all, for it to be a thing, for those drones to be able to fly over a military installation, over a reservoir, without any explanation as to where they came from or where they went, to me, says only one thing. Remember how this conversation started where I said, you got to center yourself in these days, especially in these days going forward. You have to center yourself on you, what you're doing, where you want to take things. I do believe that there is a reason for such great distraction. I do believe that there is a reason for it. And that reason is quite miraculous. But it's a lot bigger than drones. It's a lot bigger than UFOs even. It's who built the pyramid sized. Big. It's evolutionary. Now, that's just my opinion. But I do believe that that's the reason for the great distraction and the almost desperate search nowadays to find any and every other reason as to what is more special about what's going on here than what already exists. Last night, I went outside. I looked up in the sky. I remember seeing Jupiter over here. Was it Venus over there and the moon right in between? When was the last time you went outside and actually looked up in the sky? Seriously, how much do you pay attention to what's going on? And now everybody's paying attention to what's going on in the sky, but they're all searching for UFOs. Remember I said, excuse me, it was Venus over here, Jupiter over here, moon right in the center. Full moon coming in 2 days. The nomenclature of distraction is, or the purpose, obviously, is to, hey, look over here, so you don't see that over here. And the more things that I see unfold, drones over New Jersey, the tie between this kid, Chuck Mangione, MK Ultra, which if you don't know what MK Ultra is, I don't even have time to get into it right now. You should know what it is. Charles Manson murders, MK Ultra. Brought to you by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, which was a whole thing that they want you to believe that, yeah, you know, we were funning around in the 70s trying to break the movement. This bitch. Give me a second. I don't know why she keeps thinking that I want to hear from her, but I just deaded that. Now you can't come back. Now you just can't leave. interrupting my train of thought. Just literally interrupted my train of thought. Anyway, MK Ultra, that's where I was. Oh, we did that in the 70s to disrupt the hippie movement. We would never do it again. We closed the book on that. Mission accomplished. We're not, that was just a one time, it was a one-off.
You know, when people in China watch the news, they know it's propaganda. In the old Soviet Union, people knew that was propaganda. The difference between that and now is people in America, they think they're watching the news when they turn on Fox, CNN, MSNBC.
Eating an almond. And these news agencies do, sometimes unwittingly, many times, not so much, the bidding of the distractors. The question is, what are they trying to distract you from? And hopefully together we'll find out. What I believe, the Cliff Notes, everybody's talking about grand rising. Grand rising. If you've been lied to from the beginning, from the inception, about who you are, where you come from, lies like this. Watch this. This kid is brilliant. Hopefully it's on here. I can just access it quick. Hold on 1 second. Distract you from what? Distract you from what? Why? What would there be to distract you from? Hold on. That's a whole different one. Trust me, and I'll do this. What I like to do is I don't just like to look at these things and have them exist as just these moments in time. I like to go deep dive on it. So I see it and then I research it. Some of the things are things that I've already known or believed myself. Other things are things that I research and I'm like, damn, that's crazy to find that out. But for the most part, we'll get into that. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I hope it doesn't seem like I'm all these.
The math on its sales. I believe by that point it had already abandoned the cocaine content. It was just cola at that point. But once you name something cocaine cola, how do you ever walk back from that? What I mean? It's too good of a name. So they noticed something. People bought Coca-Cola in the summer. A little bit in the fall, a little bit in spring, not in the winter. People didn't think of it as a winter drink. So the Coca-Cola advertisers were like, well, wouldn't it be great if we could somehow trick people or convince people or talk people or coax or whatever, brainwash people into drinking Coca-Cola in the winter too. So here's what Coca-Cola advertisers came up with. They thought, what if we somehow worked Coca-Cola into Christmas? Now, I know what you're thinking, Christmas is such a big deal. Not back then. Back then, Easter was the big deal. Christmas was important. People would go do Mass to commemorate Christ's birth, but everybody's bored. The real interesting thing is to be killed, executed, and then come back 2 days later. That's fascinating, which is why people had focused on Easter. So what the Coca-Cola advertisers did was, they found a saint who was about to be decanonized, Santa Claus. The Catholic Church was like, he hasn't performed a miracle in a while, let's unemploy him. They grabbed him, they merged him with the story of Saint Nick, and then somebody got inspired. And the inspiration was to merge him with Kris Kringle. Kris Kringle was a Danish thief whose job in the day was a chimney sweep. He could pop his shoulders out and he could fit down a chimney. He would rob your house and then work his way back up, but you'd have a clean chimney. And they merged this together, but they then took St. Nicholas out. He was usually portrayed as a young man and skinny young man in green and brown clothing. They stuck him in Coca-Cola colors, red and white. They even decided to give him some pink in his skin to keep the Coca-Cola colors going. So they made him an old man so he could have white hair. And then they stuck him on the bottom. That's why periodically you'll see Santa Claus on a Coca-Cola bottle or a Coca-Cola can around Christmas time. Because they made him up. And they transformed Christmas. So instead of Christmas being an important event, but not an especially emotional event, an especially involved event necessarily. I mean, there were nice traditions around it, stockings and maybe a Christmas tree. They turned it into this thing where all of a sudden this mythical being who drinks a lot of Coca-Cola is bringing you presents. I guess that's how he stays up so late, because think about how many hours it would take to bring presents to everybody. And in the process now, the average Christian in the United States at least thinks Christmas is the important Christian holiday. And
which is not
it's forced other religions to think about what holiday they could promote during that time period. Like Hanukkah. Hanukkah was never especially important. I mean, it's important, but not like you wouldn't revolve a whole bunch of time and energy and effort around it. But then, right, if you're Jewish and you're like looking at your kids going, we wish we had a Christmas tree, you need something to compete with this. And the next thing you know, there's a Kwanzaa.
Uh-oh.
Because of Coca-Cola advertisers trying to get you to drink more Coca-Cola. They've changed our religion. They've changed our culture. They've changed us economically. So you can imagine what happens when you have a government deliberately thinking about these things.
Now, this guy commented beneath here, and he says, I understand his motivation for wanting to demonize Santa as a distraction from Christ, but his info is off. The idea of St. Nick was popularized in the poem A Visit from St. Nicholas, first published in 1823. Did you think that Santa Claus was only 1823 old? I didn't. Cartoonist Thomas Nast first illustrated St. Nick based on that poem in 1863. So that was only 100 years before, shortly before Martin Luther King them started getting shot up for and Malcolm X and them starting. Only 100 years, like a really old grandparent. I got a couple centurions in my family, and is credited with giving us the first image of Santa. Because, Krampus, you know who Krampus is? Krampus. If I'm not mistaken, Krampus is a horned anthropomorphic figure who in Central Eastern Alpine folkloric tradition is said to accompany St. Nicholas on his visits to children during the night of 5 December, Krampusnacht, Krampus night, immediately before the feast of St. Nicholas on the 6th of December. Thankfully, both of those days have passed. In this tradition, St. Nicholas rewarded well-behaved children with small gifts, while Krampus punished badly behaved ones with birch rods, or he ate them. The origin of this figure is unclear. Some folklorists and anthropologists have postulated that it may have been pre-Christian origins. Krampus is attached to Christmas, and if you ever see Krampus, there's a whole movie about the Krampuses, isn't there? And there's a whole, they have a, look at oh, Jesus. Nothing says Merry Christmas, right? Nothing says holiday cheer like a horned beast. You don't know where you live. I don't mean to talk down to anyone either. What I'm saying is that we are worried about drones over New Jersey. Drones over New Jersey is Krampus to me, or Christmas to me. It's Saint Nick to me. It's Santa. It's Santa Claus to me. It's Coca-Cola, wanting to sell more Coca-Cola and then making as we are approaching Christmas. And I hope everyone happy in their holiday cheer. I'm not here to step on that at all. I don't celebrate, but it's that stopped long before I started thinking like this. That stopped when I started practicing Judaism, and then I figured out, wait. So you're telling me that whole Jesus being born on Christmas thing isn't a thing? They're like, well, no. It's like, but I went to church and they said, yeah, but the nativity scene and the way in the manger and all, yeah, nah. So, but I thought thou shalt not lie. Well, this is that gray area, kind of like exchanging the Saturday for Sunday thing. It's all malleable. It's just all malleable. And then I stopped celebrating Christmas. I was like, well, what the fuck? Because the similar way that Santa Claus was devised to sell Coke, Christmas was designed to steal your wealth. That's not a postulation. That's a fact. Get them what they really want for Christmas. Do the numbers. When I say I'm definitely not talking about the 1% or the 5%. Let's say the 10%. I'm talking about the lower 80. The lower 80 that, is somewhere between it's touch and go. I don't know if it's going to happen this year. I don't know if there's going to be a Christmas too. I don't really got it like that, but I got to get them. Because you're a good person. And you might have done, some things that you're not proud of in your life, but you would never openly just deceive for personal gain.
Think of that trick, how they pulled it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
No, it's all good. Friday Beach Report, Andy outlined what Butler deal would look like for the Nuggets. Michael Porter, Pella Larson, Dario Saric, Zeke Naji. First 3-round picks 2026, 2030, and 2031. I'm not mad at that, to be honest with you. I'm not mad at that. You know what's crazy, Fishing? Just as an aside, I was looking on Spot Rack, and I'm like, oh no, the Nuggets got draft picks. They got one next year, the 1 year after that one. No, all those. As I did my research further, like, oh yeah, they've all been traded away. I wasn't hip. We have no draft picks until 2030, 2031. I mean, as an offshoot, personally, to me, the goal is to max out Joker's championship caliber years, which are right now. How long is he into his career? We'll come back to all this conspiracy theory stuff. How long is it? And plus, I want to start getting ready for the Heisman Trophy anyway. So this might be a good play. Let's see if I can ramp this up, and then I'm going to come to that because I definitely want to move it around a little bit because my point is pretty much the same about what I feel about drones over New Jersey. I feel the same thing about drones over New Jersey as I do about the story of Jesus being born on Christmas. The same way that I feel about Coca-Cola weaponizing people's love of family and, holiday cheer just in order to sell a few more million gallons of Coke. Maybe not disclosing initially that the virality of Coke wore off after they took the Coke out of Coca-Cola. The cocaine. It's like, man, they're not buying it as much without the cocaine in it. Need some more cocaine, just not cocaine. I got it, Santa Claus. Man, they just don't really like Coke as much as they did when it wasn't, they're not drinking it in the winter. Like, it's not good enough to just have them drinking it in the summer. No, we need them drinking this shit year round. Mind you, it's the type of stuff that can dissolve a car battery. I mean, that you can clean a car battery with. But never mind that.
Think of that trick, how they pull it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
Think about what something that could be. Yes. Think about the motivations of a company that would sell you something that could be turned around and proven. They could clean a car battery. And that's allowed to be sold. And I love the taste of Coca-Cola. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I love the taste of Coca-Cola. I don't drink it. So I think about drones over New Jersey the same way I think about MK Ultra. If you can research it and it's true. MK Ultra. What's crazy is, hold on, MK Ultra, Manson, murder. If AI hasn't cleaned this up already. Secret CIA program including enforced drug experiments and unwitting humans, mainly U.S. citizens in hospitals and psychiatric institutions. Jesus Christ, this plays with it. Project MK Ultra was a human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, aka the U.S. government, to develop procedures to identify drugs that could be used during interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing. Well, what else could you do with brainwashing? And psychological torture. The term MK Ultra is a cryptonym, is a CIA cryptonym. MK is an arbitrary prefix standing for the Office of Technical Services, and Ultra is an arbitrary word out of the dictionary to denominate this project. The project MK Ultra began in 1953 and was halted in 1973, and was halted in 1973, and was halted in 1973, and was halted in 1973.
Think of that trick, how they pull it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
Why would you halt it? What evidence do you have that they did halt it? What evidence do you have that they did halt it? So I think about drones over New Jersey, the same thing I think about MK Ultra, the same thing I think about COINTELPRO, the same thing I think about the size of America on a map versus the size of other countries on maps. Do you know that that's a thing? The size, that. Oh man. Sometimes it's hard to find these things now because AI is catching up real quick. The size, the true size of America on a map. Why do they do the things that they do? Why do they do these things? Why? Why knowingly? Why knowingly lie? Why knowingly do these things? So by this stretch, you could fit 1, 2, 3, about 4 Americas in Africa. By the way, the Americas, there's no such thing as Central America. There's Central America. North America, Central America, South America. Make sense? Not Central America. If this is North America, what does that make Canada and it's attached to it? Think about it. North America, which is only this big as opposed to this big on a map. It's only this big. See these two? Take Alaska, put it there. Take this, put it there. So it's literally they've double, tripled the size of North America, as well as the same with Greenland and all of these Icelandic countries up here. They've look how much bigger they've made Greenland look as opposed to on the map, as opposed to how big it really is in real life. And all of that also could fit. You could fit a whole America inside of the top of South America. Again, Central America. Just take Mexico and what they call Central America. That is Central America. And this would be North America, making this South America. Why do they lie about things like that? Good question. Look at the size of Russia compared to the actual size of Russia. And Europe compared to the actual size of Europe. Do you see a theme building here? Why lie about these things, though? You know, for what? What does it do? Maps are a hugely important tools of our everyday life, whether it's guiding journeys, blah, blah, blah. Many people, Earth is informed, blah, blah, blah. Rise to the top. Linear map projection style. The big challenge lies upon depicting the spherical object in 2D. 1569, the great cartographer Gerardus Mercator created a revolutionary new map based on a cylindrical projection. The new map is well suited. Well, wait a minute. In 1569, the great cartographer, that's a guy who makes maps, Gerardus Mercator, created a revolutionary new map based on cylindrical projection. But the Earth is a sphere. Why cylindrical if it's a sphere? If the Earth is a sphere, why would you not use I mean, I know it's hard to use a globular projection as opposed to a cylindrical cylinder. Not a ball, not a sphere, a cylinder. Sounds like something's flat. Oh, the map is flat. I got it. I'll tell you, these people lie about everything. The new map was well suited to nautical navigation since every line on the sphere is a constant course or loxodrome. Well, cylindrical, anyway. The vast majority of us aren't using paper maps to chart our courses in the motion anymore. So critics of Mercator projection argue that the continued use of this style of map, you just cause trouble wherever you're at. Sit down somewhere. Everywhere you're at, I'm hearing somebody yelling about something that you're doing. It's my dog. Everywhere you're at, somebody's yelling about something that you're doing. Hold on one second. Get up. Go over there. Stay over there. It's dog, man. Mercury's map inadvertently pumps up the sizes of Europe and North America. Visually speaking, Canada and Russia appear to take up approximately 25% of the Earth's surface, when in reality they occupy a mere 5%. That's a huge leap, by the way. 5 times as large. I don't give a damn how you devised your map. It's like stretching it out over a sphere just increased the size of it. Did it? Or did you increase the size of it? As the animated GIF below, watch this. created by a Reddit user, Neil RK, demonstrates northern nations such as Canada, Russia have been artificially pumped up in the minds of many people around the world. Look how much smaller. I think about drones over New Jersey the way I think about Mercator's Map, MK Ultra, fucking COINTELPRO, Who Shot Kennedy. These things are meant to distract or detract from realities. That's my point. And you can throw anything in there virtually. If these people are saying it,
That's what Kendrick's talking about. They are not like us. They are not like you.
Sooner or later, the shit is going to hit the fan.
Yeah. You know when you're cheating on your lady, if you've ever have, the first lie is the one that seals your fate. Because everything that you do after that, right? Look how the one thing that doesn't shrink much in size are South America, virtually, most of Africa, with the exception of a couple of states in northern Africa, most of Asia. So the southern hemisphere, most everything sub-equatorial doesn't shrink in size. Now think about the populaces that occupy everything sub-equatorial. Do I have to spell it out? What, I got to put it in subtitles or something? Think about the populations that occupy sub-equatorial Earth, the southern hemisphere. What do all those populations normally have in common? But sir, you're black. You are, I am. They're people of color. They are minorities. They also just so happen to be numerically the most amount of people who live on the earth. So why do you think they lie about these things? This is not to sow division. This is just truth. These people who are not my people, they're not your people. If you're cut from the same cloth I'm cut from, you deal in bottom line truth. These people don't deal in that because you've been putting it up your whole life. What's my dude say? You've been putting it up your whole life. Let me see. No Country for Old Men. This is one of the greatest scenes ever. You bought into it. Watch when he eats the peanut. This is it. Uh-oh. What way would that be? That's my dude, man. He got immediately offended. What time is it? Let me make sure that I don't miss the crowning of a great, the crowning of a well-deserved great moment. Heisman ceremony. I'm gonna turn it on. We're gonna watch the Heisman together. 8 p.m. Eastern. Ugh, God, that's a long. That's I can hang out for an hour and a half. Hang out with me. If you got time. If you don't, it's all good. It'll be here for those who come back to it. We're gonna hang out till the Heisman. Fuck it. Why lie? I mean, I don't know. What? What time do you close? You start getting real frustrated with old boy. Every time you go to bed. God damn it. Why would you be coming back then? He asked him what time you go to bed. He's like, okay, yeah, it's 7:30, 8:30. Oh, I could come back then. Why would you come back then? Yeah, you said that. This is all because he asked him about the weather up from where he was coming from because he noticed his plates. That part fucked him up. Hold on. He's so disgusting. You married into? That's the way it is. All right. I can't call it for you. There it is. There it is. You've been putting it up your whole life. You just didn't know it. Why lie? You ever told a lie to your lady? Or a lie in general, like to your parents when you were a kid? The first one is what fucks everything up, right? Because then, especially if you don't want to get caught out the gate. Like if you're not if you're slow to the plate of wanting to accept the consequences of your actions for whatever it is that you do. You lie about it first, right? And then everything you do after that is a lie to cover up the first lie. And then now for some people who are I hate to describe it as this, who are good liars, they can compartmentalize. They remember what they said about this over here versus that over there, and this over here versus that over there, and they remember what this is versus that. The good ones. And then there's everybody else who falls along the spectrum. When it all just like, you know what a yard sale is? When a yard sale is it's usually a skiing term, which is you're going down the slopes and you take a dive, you face plant hard enough to lose everything. Everything comes off. Skis go this way, maybe your helmet goes that way, goggles, gloves, yard sale. Same thing could be said about eating it in the front yard and everything comes flying out of your pockets. Why lie about the size of the continents? And why, why is it that why is it that only the North American, why is it only the northern hemisphere? Why is it the northern hemisphere that have just been completely overblown in size? You tell me. I think the same thing about drones over New Jersey as I think about whether or not aliens are real The same thing I think about who shot Kennedy. The same thing I think about, are the Abrahamic faiths actually just adoptions, amen, amen, of older faiths? Are they just retelling of older stories, refashioned to be so? It doesn't make anybody wrong who believes in that stuff. It doesn't make you wrong. It just means you should do some research. Like I did. I was a hardcore Christian. And then I found out about, oh, you mean Judaism isn't a whole different thing? What'll really trip you out is to understand that the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran are all three telling the same story. Did you know that? Do you know that? They're called the Abrahamic faiths for a reason. That being that Judaism and Islam are both, you're talking about two sons of Abraham. Ishmael, the oldest, that would be the father, I guess you'd say, of Islam. And Isaac, the younger, who is the father of Judaism. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. So the Abrahamic faiths. You always hear about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Rarely do you hear about Ishmael, who was Hagar's son, an Ethiopian woman, if I'm not mistaken, who was the other son. And that story exists in the Bible constantly. Jacob and Esau, Ishmael and Isaac, the younger brother stealing the older brother's birthright. If you read the Bible, that's the theme all throughout the Old Testament. And then here comes Jesus. Here comes Jesus. Here comes Space Jesus. And just hijacks, I would say, only because it's the younger of the three faiths. Hijacks, or the younger of the three stories, because right, it's a whole new book written, the New Testament. Hijacks the three or the one story, and it's like, I came to bring it to a frill of fruition. Is Jesus really not? The point being is that once I started studying Judaism, there were some questions that had to be answered. Is Christmas a real thing? No, it's not. Now, let alone, fucking Coca-Cola and all that other shit. There wasn't no birth on no manger on no December 25th either. That's just as a matter of historical anthropological fact. Why lie? It works out well for whoever's doing the line, seems like. Let alone all the other things. And that just took me from, okay, well, Christianity bad? Not bad, just kind of a lie. What you want me to do? Amen. Amen. Ra. Son God, Son of Christ, Son of God, Christ. Son is risen. Oh, he is risen on the third day he's risen. If you only knew about the journey of the sun through the sky and how right around the winter solstice, which is in a week, December 21st, the sun is at its lowest point in the southern sky. And then it will rise back to its highest point at the spring equinox. The sun spends 3 days and then rises again. You got to do the research. I did it. So it's like, what are you practicing again? Not that you're bad, not that you're wrong. All you're doing is what somebody else told you was the right thing to do. So why lie? Compliance, control, all the things. Why pump up the size of your continent 5 times? Not 2, not 2.5, not 3, 5 times. What do they say about Texas? Everything's bigger in Texas. Bigger is better, right? Here's a question. I mean, I could tell you one reason why I lie. Because if everybody knew that, it's like, wait a minute, y'all only this big, how the fuck is y'all doing it? I'm just saying. Minority versus majority. It may seem like I'm talking in coded language, but I'm not. I'm speaking about as straightforward as I can without condemning people, because people are very in their feelings about conversations like this. And I'm not here to condemn anybody, to be honest with you. Just the facts as we know them. And if my facts are proven transmutable, I'm open to new facts. But the facts as they stand are that we live in probably the most propagandized country in the world, because we live in the most technologically advanced country in the world. More media pumped into the heads and minds and eyes and ears of Americans than anywhere else in the world. And where we thought there was independent thought, you start to find out, oh, Duke lacrosse girl, you weren't telling the truth about that. Damn, you was lying about that? That's some cold shit. But it justified, the ends justified the means in her case, right? She got the fame out there, or whatever she wanted out of it. I don't know what the fuck she got out of it, to be honest with you. I know what they get out of it. The royal they. I know what they get out of it. I know what they get out of it. It's power. Power like you wouldn't believe. I think the same thing about if they could fake the moon landing, and they did, what the fuck are you gonna do about drones over New Jersey? Or aliens landing in Florida? They didn't have half the technology then that they have now. Which brings me back to my first point. In these times, it is super important to be centered here as a human, especially as an American. Because, man, I would imagine that we'll see Bigfoot before 2030 if they can fit him into the schedule of lies, of distractions. I'd imagine that there'll be a Bigfoot sighting in the middle of downtown Denver. There's going to be Bigfoot walking through Park Hill. Bigfoot catching the 44 out of Montbello. I'm telling you, man. And we're going to have to be. It's important to be centered on what and who you are about. Because the truth is somewhere in between all this bullshit. Do I believe in extraterrestrials? I used to say this. Like the drone thing to me is just kind of like, I think it's kind of open for interpretation. Who the fuck is flying drones over New Jersey? That's the only question you have to ask. And I would say it's probably some U.S. governmental agency. And you're like, yeah, but they're saying they don't know what it is. Hold on. But they're saying they don't know who it is.
Think of that trick, how they pulled it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
It's meant to distract. The whole purpose, the whole entire purpose is just to distract. Get you off your square, looking and thinking about everything that doesn't matter instead of paying attention to your own evolution. That's what I think. Because everything else is so wide a possibility. I used to think that it's impossible to think as big as the universe is. As big as the universe is. How do I know how big the universe is? All I know is how big the sky looks. I don't know how big the universe is. I know how big I was told the universe is. And what reason do I have to disbelieve that they know how big the universe is? I ain't seen it. I also haven't been to the moon. So who am I to say that they haven't landed on the moon? A guy who does research? That's who I am. You ever heard Buzz Aldrin when he tells Conan O'Brien? No, you didn't. Conan O'Brien's like, I saw you land on the moon. He's like, no, you didn't. Watch. Buzz Aldrin Conan O'Brien. This is hilarious. ah. Wait, huh? Watch. They got to tell you the truth.
You guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you didn't.
was
No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Whoa! What'd you say, Buzz Aldrin? Wait, what year did they land on the moon? Moon landing year 1969. Let's go back and listen to Buzz Aldrin again. This is what I think about. This is what I think, in essence, about drones over New Jersey.
See, you associated what you.
You guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was, so were you?
Not a bad line.
Are you self-conscious about all the? I mean, the entire Earth, is watching and listening to everything that you guys do. Were you self-conscious at all about what am I going to say? What if I say something that's kind of stupid? It's in the history books forever. Like, I want to.
It's funny how Conan O'Brien blew right past. He blew right past that little factotum. Because
think of that trick, how they pull it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
Cookie or
how in the world do you think a country that may or may not have faked the moon landing would react once they have the type of technology that could send drones out? So when they have drones over New Jersey, I think the same thing. It's all meant to distract. And the question is, distract from what? That's the bigger question. To me. He just blew right past that too. Because that's how we're conditioned. That's how people are conditioned. Like they would never, ever just stop and think and be like, could it be that everything that I think to be true because of what they told me is not? It's like, nah, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't lie about all of it. Yeah, they would. They'd go as far as to fly drones over New Jersey and get everybody up in an uproar, fake, close encounters of the third kind. They would do all of it in interest of whatever it is the fuck that they're trying to do. as long as the poll says A, the U.S. government, B, the CIA, C, Bill Gates. Those are the three choices. The only three choices that I'll accept. Because if there's one thing that I'm sure of, is that this country would stop at nothing. The people who put this thing in place would stop at nothing to keep the game going, whatever the game is. Now I have an idea about what the game is, which I'm more than happy to espouse. What type of people do you think erected the pyramids before industrialization? What type of humanoid or being? Let's just not even say humanoid. I would imagine humanoid. Do you think they looked much different than the ones that are here now? Like, were they giants? Were they green? Well, according to the pictures on the walls, they were black. At least the people who benefited from it. Let's just say that. The people who showed up and then painted on it. And then, you see different depictions of size. But even in the size, you just see well, where'd those people go? Probably went wherever, Space Jesus went, right? Maybe. Maybe. What if they were normal sized? And they were just normal sized. When I say normal sized, I mean Yao Ming was 7'2"? How old is how tall is Victor Wembanyama? 7'4"? So normal size, as far as we know, could range anywhere between like what we've seen with our eyes, from 5 foot whatever, from 4 foot nothing, all the way up to 7 foot, at least 5, 6. That we can like literally eyes have seen. Was the tallest man 8 foot something? Tallest woman was 7 foot something. Maybe those people were able to do great things. Maybe. Maybe ancient people just had a different type of technology. Maybe. Well, if those things were latent, you know how it always unfolds in mutant movies? What's the theme in mutant movies? I was thinking about this earlier when I was like, oh yeah, Spider-Man. If you follow the 13 moon calendar, you would know that yesterday, which is Friday on most calendars, is known as Gamma. On the 13 calendar, it's listed as Gamma. So it just got me thinking like, oh yeah, gamma rays, the gamma ray spider that bites Spider-Man, the gamma rays that Bruce Banner, is it Bruce Banner? Yeah, Bruce Banner goes through and is able to turn into the Hulk, bringing out these latent, what's the analogy with the Hulk is that there's this latent strength and power. There's this latent strength and power within the human man, Dr. Banner. Same analogy with most mutant culture, right? When you look at the X-Men, what's the thing about it? It's like, well, that thing's already in that person. It's just in there. And something happens to bring it out. And then these people, otherwise normal people, become super beings. One can fly and summon the power of, weather. One's got laser beams that shoots out of his eyes. One of them can read minds. Some of them get really super strong. Some have impervious metal skin. That's evolution. It's another, right? That sounds like the type of people that would be able to build. People like that sound like the type of people that would be able to build pyramids without industrialized, machinery to do so. Especially so exact, you know what I mean? No real, compass and no GPS, but built those things to line up with the 3 stars in Orion's belt. That's crazy. That was crazy. Aliens built it. The same aliens that never. Ask yourself this about aliens, extraterrestrials, not interterrestrials, because they're very well maybe aliens right here on Earth that originate from within the Earth. Quite literally. Maybe. Inner Earth theory. You ever heard of inner Earth theory? Ooh, that's an interesting one. The whole idea that, oh yeah, there's extraterrestrials, but they emerge from within inner Earth. They don't come from outer Earth. Because some people say this. Watch this. This is crazy. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying it's an interesting experiment. So he spins that top. Now, is that real? Is that real? That top is just spinning in the air? I don't know. Puts a dish soap underneath it. And then pulls a bubble over the top of it. Is that real? It's gotta be real, right? That can't be fake, right? Looks real. Top looks real. Ugh. Is that Bill Nye the Science Guy? Is that Bill Nye the Science Guy saying that? Hold on. Oh, wait, you didn't see any of that. Hold on. Let's go back. I'm so sorry. Watch this.
System.
In the top.
We cannot leave the Earth.
Dish soap. Bubble soap. So that top is just spinning in midair. That's crazy, right? Oh, you pull a bubble over the top of it. So the question is like, oh, that's fake. That top's not just spinning in the air like that. It's called a levitron. And then they go into some weird flat Earth theory. So why would the Earth be flat? Pop the bubble. Oh, the shadow of. I don't know.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
What?
There's no place to go. The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
The Earth is a closed system.
In the top. Raised it
We
up.
cannot leave the Earth.
Now, if you think that's fake, I mean, you're a supreme cynic. Let's find Bill Nye, the Science Guy, talking about the Earth as a closed system. Bill Nye. Maybe there's more context that's missing. Let's see. I mean, he is Bill Nye, the Science Guy. I mean, what does he know?
Generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. The Earth is a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system.
We cannot leave the Earth.
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 The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Interesting. I mean, watch this. I've seen this.
+5. +10. Burn out. Good burn. Copy, good burn.
Wait, what happened? 25,000 feet. Oh. Just almost like it hit. Last. 24. 25. 25-1. 25-2. 25-3. 25-4. 25-5. Oh, now it's going back down. So 25,000 feet? It just stopped. What's that all about?
Hey Bill, can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the Earth is a sphere and not flat? Because I have a lot of Facebook friends who say that it's flat, and I just can't convince them. Thank you.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore and figure out why you can't, if you live on the East Coast, figure out why you can't see Spain from the East Coast of North America. It looks like you might have a St. Louis hat on. I'm not sure. Just go to the middle of the Mississippi River and look south. Why can't you see the Louisiana? Why can't you see New Orleans? What's the problem there? Well, then climb a tower or go to the top of a hill or a mountain, and you'll see a little farther. But you will not see to the other side of the Earth, places we know to exist. For example, I've been to London. I can tell you, other people have. I've been to Vancouver, British Columbia. And you cannot see Vancouver, British Columbia from Boise, Idaho, let alone from New York City or Toronto or what have you. Just start there. Then if you'd like, look at pictures from space, where you see the Earth as a sphere. Those pictures are not faked. And I'll tell you, just if nothing else, here's why you can tell they're not faked. Just to create the paperwork that NASA has created, for NASA in this one case, just the paperwork to send anything out in space, to send people into orbit or to send them to the moon, that amount of paperwork would make faking it prohibitively expensive. No one could afford to generate that much documentation.
Is that that can't be your reasoning, sir? With all due respect. They wouldn't lie about it because paperwork? I'm no Kyrie Irving. Okay? I'm no Kyrie Irving. But you got to do better than that. The only reason I say I'm no Kyrie Irving is because I haven't been up far enough to know. I haven't been. So I'll go with it's round because fuck it, why not? But all the people who, to me personally, who are just like, that's ridiculous, flat earthers are stupid. Like, okay. Explain to me, not through what somebody else says, through physics, how you know it's round. And if all you can say is something like, well, for them to fake it, they'd have to come up with so much paperwork. I'm like, they shot and killed a whole president and have hid all the documents behind that, right? So I'm just saying, paperwork, not the best defense.
Then the other thing, if you want to get into this, if you're really serious, if your friends are really serious, have them get on a boat or a ship and go out at sea, and you'll notice you can't see infinitely far. Furthermore, if you get into it enough...
Is it that you can't see infinitely far because your eyes can only see for so far, or is it because indefinitely? You know what I'm saying? Like things get smaller on the horizon the further you get away from them. Does that necessarily mean that they get curved away from you? You ever seen those videos of watch this. Let me see. Video of shore from a distance. Flat Earth. Let me see. This guy. And I'm assuming when he zooms out. How far away are you? I mean, does that necessarily prove that it's flat? Let me let Bill talk more.
Pick up a book about navigation or go online and learn about navigation. A very, very important thing you have to take into account when you try to navigate the ocean from a ship or a boat is how high you are off the sea surface. The higher you are off the sea surface, the farther you can see, the farther away the horizon is. Oh my. Now, this discovery that the world...
The higher you are off the sea surface, the further away the horizon is. But if you're on a ball, you're always higher on the sea surface than the horizon. So the farther you can see, right? It's like being on a mountain or being in a skyscraper. You ever looked from a skyscraper or been on a mountain and seen the curve of the earth? I've been up pretty high. I never see the curve. It's not to say that there isn't one. I just have never seen it. So I always reserve myself to saying that from this place, like I also feel like, you know, if the earth is as big as they say it is, 25 million miles or whatever in circumference, well, we're like a pin drop size on that. It's like taking a flea and putting it on a basketball. I bet you the whole basketball looks flat to the flea. You know? Then the whole thing about walking upside down, people on, you know, in Australia, are they walking upside down? Why wouldn't they just fall off? Smarter people than me could tell you why. I do know centrifugal force doesn't make sense in that because it's like, oh, well, we're spinning. Well, if we're spinning, you ever spun a ball or anything and watched what the water on it, like a wet ball or a wet anything, and you spin it? What happens to the water? It goes out. Ghetto science, but I've seen it. Right? The whole thing about something spinning is like, okay, back day we used to go to Lakeside, and in the fun house at Lakeside they have the big spinning disc in the middle, and the whole thing was who'd be the last kid to stay on the wheel. So you're on the wheel and it's spinning, and the natural progression of things is that that motion takes everybody from the center and throws you out. So, you know, if the earth's spinning, well, the water on the surface of the earth, let alone, wouldn't that just fling out into space? It's like, no, because what? Then all the things get explained that are just smarter than I am. But they also told me that North America and Russia were not 5 times smaller than you see them on the map. Why lie? Why not?
The world is round was made in 15, it was published in 1540. Now, I'm concerned it was Copernicus. I'm concerned it might have been 1530, but it was about then. It was in the 16th century that the Earth was shown to be a ball. But it was known to be a ball by a lot of other people before Copernicus in the Western world.
In the Western world? Oh, right. The Western world. Because that is, the Western world would never ever lie about things.
Think of that trick, how they pull it off, purely based on they wouldn't do that. How many times you got to see they would do that before you get it? They would do that, and they did do that, and they're doing it now. And I understand if you're a little cow that wants to believe in it, but grow the fuck up. Just be honest. Look at the thing in front of you.
Call the Western world, Western Hemisphere. The ancient Greeks noticed that from time to time, the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Oh, yeah?
This is a lunar eclipse.
Oh!
Where the moon gets in the shadow of the Earth. The sunlight is being blocked by the Earth. The moon's on the far side of the Earth. And that shadow is always curved. And the only shape that always produces a curve, no matter what the orientation. That is to say, whether you're standing in Greece at night, or if you're standing then 12 hours later in Buenos Aires at night. The curve, the shadow is always curved. So the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was a ball.
You know what I've learned is if you say anything with authority, people believe you. Oh, what's this guy? This guy said he proved it. How I proved the Earth was round with my bike and 2 sticks.
Around 1 in every 10 Americans say that they believe that the Earth is flat, or that they at least have their doubts that it's round. I'm going to test that. I'm going to test if the Earth is flat or not. And to do that, I actually need to go somewhere where it's super flat. So that's why I'm going to Regina, Saskatchewan in Canada, and I'm going to measure and calculate the size of the Earth using just my bicycle.
Here's what's crazy. He's in the sky. That's pretty high, right? Does any of that look curved? Like, how far away do you think that horizon is? 20 miles? 40 miles? 100 miles? The sky doesn't have to be flat. I mean, doesn't have to be round. The sky would be what it is. But when you see some measure of curvature, that all looks fairly flat. And mind you, I'm pretty sure that's like a fishing-eyed lens just because of how here looks curved. Just saying.
That's why I'm going to Regina, Saskatchewan in Canada, and I'm going to measure and calculate the size of the Earth using just my bicycle and 2 sticks. This is not a joke. I'm here with Casey at the Saskatchewan Science Center, and we've got 2 identical sundials set up. Right now, since they're in the same place, the shadows are the same length. But I'm going to be leaving one of them here with you, Casey. You ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. And he is going to set it up on this very spot, right here. And I'm taking the other sundial, and I've strapped it to my bike. And I'm going to bike down that road right there. And that road is the reason that I've come all of the way to Saskatchewan, because that road is perfectly straight for somewhere around 140 kilometers. And I've come to measure that distance on my bike. Okay, so I just zeroed the odometer. Let's get started.
Let's do it.
Here goes science. Okay. This is Highway 33, and since it's very flat here and there are no mountains to go around or hills to go over, this is one of the longest straight roads in the whole world. And that's why I'm here. Let's pretend that this orange is the Earth. Now, this is the Earth, and these 2 sticks are going to be the 2 sundials we're working with. So I'm going to put them in. Don't try this at home. please. Okay. Since the orange is round, anytime we line up the shadows like...
I gotta call bullshit off top, and I'll tell you why. If that's the Earth, right? Those two sticks couldn't be this. I mean, we're talking about if that's the Earth, that orange, because you got to do what are we talking about? Scale. If that orange is the Earth, those sticks to meet his equation would have to be splinter sized. And even then, those sticks would be massive in comparison to the two sticks that he's got as his sundials. Does that make sense? Because of scale. That's why I said if you put a flea on the top of a basketball, maybe you're talking about the same size. And I don't even think that would equate because fleas aren't that small. I'm talking about you cellular sized flea, atom sized flea. According to what they tell us how big the Earth is.
this, they will never be the same length. If the shadow on the right is short, we can expect the one on the left to be longer. If they were the same length, then the orange would have to be flat. Now we can also measure the length of the two shadows at the same time and measure the distance between them and figure out the circumference. Since the sun is really far away, we can treat its light as coming in straight lines. And therefore, we can figure out what angle it's hitting both of the sticks at. And that allows us to figure out what angle the two sticks would meet up at in the center.
The sun's light coming in straight lines. Straight in comparison to what? Since it lights everything around it, there's no line. There just is light. I understand shadows. I do. I understand perspective only because of lighting, like this lighting. To say that the light is coming in a straight line, I think is to look at a flat light and say, yeah, you can direct a flat light, but the sun is a ball of light. So it emits light in every direction. So what's the straight line in every direction? Just asking.
Of the orange without having to pull the orange apart. Let's say that that angle, this angle here, is 45 degrees. That's 1/8 of a circle. So the distance between the two sticks, this distance here, that is 1/8. That's 1/8 of the circumference around the orange. So we measure that distance, we multiply it by 8, and we know how big the orange, or the Earth, is. That's what I'm doing, except instead of these two sticks, we're using sundials, and instead of measuring this with a ruler, I'm measuring it with my bike right now in Saskatchewan. I got the wind at my back, and it is a beautiful day. I'm clocking at 28.8 kilometers an hour. This is just great. Things are awesome. To celebrate the 100-kilometer mark, I'm going to eat the Earth. It's pretty good. It shouldn't surprise you that I'm not the first person to do this experiment. A Greek scientist named Eratosthenes did it 2,200 years ago. Except instead of it being in Regina and Stoughton, he used the cities Alexandria and Syene. And those cities were 800 kilometers apart. He didn't have bicycles back then, so he had someone pace the distance between the two cities, which is crazy. And they were 800 kilometers apart. And his measurement...
And you believe that because he said so.
And his calculations were so precise that it was still within 1% to 16% of the actual circumference of the Earth. That's incredible. But we don't know exactly what his answer was because he...
Wait. Hold on. Because I'm eating my apple and I want to answer you about... I want to answer what you just said, honestly. So I'm going to go back and what you said.
And they were 800 kilometers apart. And his measurement and his calculations were so precise that it was still within 1% to 16% of the actual circumference of the Earth. That's incredible.
Yeah.
But we don't know exactly what his answer was, because he used a unit called stadia, which was how big a stadium was.
You know when I say why lie? I think you got to base a lot of these things off the fact that someone tells you that they know something, and for whatever reason, everyone goes, "Yeah, I mean that sounds about right." When what we really know knowledge to be is the only way you know is if you've investigated it yourself. You yourself have investigated it, not just taken for as law what someone's told you because it sounded investigated. You looked into it with whatever means that you had. He's going to show us his means. But what's funny to me is I heard kilometers. Let me go back and make sure I'm hearing correctly.
So he had someone pace the cities Alexandria and Syene, and those cities were 800 kilometers apart.
Let's make sure of that. Oh, there's probably no seeing if Syene is, because I would imagine that it no longer exists. But let's see if we can find it. Google Maps. Let me see something. Alexandria, Egypt. Okay. And I want directions. Syene. Oh, Syene, Egypt. Boom. How much distance is that? $1,121 kilometers. He said 800, didn't he? So it wasn't 800 kilometers. It was 1,100 kilometers. All right, you're only off by 300 kilometers. That's fine. It's all good. Hold on, so I can have it for documentation's sake. Unless I'm tripping. Aswan, which is Syene, which is also where they built that dam. Aswan to Alexandria is 1,100 miles. Let me go back. Let me make sure. Syene, Egypt. Yeah, Aswan. It's now Aswan. That's where they built the dam, the Aswan Dam, which is 1,100 kilometers, 1,121 kilometers to be exact. So he was off by 321 kilometers. So what? Give or take. Right? But he then says this.
He didn't have bicycles back then, so he had someone pace the distance between the two cities, which is crazy. And they were 800 kilometers apart. And his measurement and his calculations were so precise that it was still within 1% to 16% of the actual circumference of the Earth. That's incredible.
He was between 1 to 6% off. Even though it wasn't 800 miles, it was 1,100 miles. Give or take a few hundred miles. And it was exact to within 1 to 6% of the actual circumference of the Earth, even though no one's walked that. Not now, not then. And then what did you say again?
But we don't know exactly what his answer was, because he used a unit called stadia, which was how big a stadium was. And there were different sizes of stadiums, and we don't know what one he meant.
When I say why lie, I say it for a reason. Because people just tend to accept things from authorities that they might otherwise question if they were equipped with the knowledge to either debunk or give new knowledge or improve upon. So it wasn't kilometers, it was stadia. And stadia just had to do with the size of stadiums, which were not all the same size. So what again are you saying?
So his answer has been lost to the sands of time.
Of course it has. So then what are you doing?
But I'm going to try to redo it with a huge...
Now, okay, all right.
Huge upgrade in technology. We're using a bike. I've biked 138 kilometers today from Regina to reach the first stop sign. It's the end of the road, and it is Stoughton. Okay, so I just set up one sundial in Stoughton, and Casey set up the other one in Regina. We made sure that they were both level and checked that they were both aligned with one another, and everything seems to be good. Okay, I think my math was a tiny bit off because I thought that the measurement was going to take place at 10:59, and it is 11:04, and we're still a few minutes away. So I think it will be more like 11:15, but you know, with this experiment, what matters is that the sundials are lined up with the road and lined up with each other. And I just got off the phone with Casey in Regina, and we are at the exact same point, the exact same angle right now with our sundials. Cool. At least this angle is the same. Yeah, I know, a little nerve-wracking, right? We're really close though. Mine is officially on the meter stick. Is yours almost there? Yeah. Okay, so in another, like, maybe we'll say 10 seconds, you can grab your chalk. Your line looks pretty good, right? So this is it, okay. Okay, we'll take the measurements in 3, 2, 1, now. I've got okay, I just measured my shadow, and mine was 66.1 centimeters. And then I called Casey, and his was 70.0 centimeters, which means that our shadows are 3.9 centimeters different. Mine is 3.9 centimeters smaller than his is in Regina, which means that the Earth is a sphere, and it means that I can calculate the size of the Earth.
Okay.
Now, I expect that it won't be exactly accurate, but it's going to be pretty darn close. Oh, that's really, really rad. Okay.
So that's math, right? Ed is assuming that you guys are on, that flat road is as flat as you saying, that there's no elevational change. Like it's flat. Because, you know, the Earth does change in elevation on flat plains, right? There are higher places than there are. I'm talking about like this, not like this. Because that would have some change as well, wouldn't it? If the place where you're at that would have some change, maybe.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hang up and get packed and get on the road. We now have all of the measurements that we need in order to do the calculations for the circumference of the Earth. So I left Regina on my bike and I cycled all the way to Stoughton. That distance was 138 kilometers. When I got to Stoughton, I set up a sundial that was 100 centimeters high, and I measured the shadow of the sundial at a specific time. The shadow was 66.1 centimeters long. And so we can do some simple math to figure out the angle at which the sun was hitting the top of the sundial. And that turns out to be 56.5 degrees. Now, at the exact same time I was taking that measurement, Casey in Regina was taking another measurement on an identical sundial, and his measurement was 3.9 centimeters longer. He measured a shadow of 70.0 centimeters. And that means that the Earth is a sphere, and we can calculate its circumference. We used the same math to figure out the angle that the sun hit the top of his sundial. That was 55.0 degrees. Since we know the angle that the sun hit both of those sundials, and since the sun is really far away, we can calculate the angle that those two sundials would meet up at if they met in the center of the Earth. We take the angle from Regina and subtract it from the angle in Stoughton, and we get 1.5 degrees. That means that the angle that those meet up at in the center of the Earth is 1.5 degrees, or 1/240th of the circumference of the Earth. And now that we know that the distance we measured is 1/240th of the way around the whole Earth, if we take the distance that I measured, the distance that I biked, and multiply it by 240, we can figure out how big the circumference of the entire world is. When we do that, we end up with 33,120 kilometers. By my calculations, that is the size of the Earth, and it's pretty darn close. The true size of the Earth is 40,075 kilometers, which means that my measurements and calculations are only 17% off. Eratosthenes' measurements and calculations were maybe 16% off. I'm really happy with how that turned out. When Eratosthenes did this experiment over 2,000 years ago, he not only proved that the world is round, but he measured it and proved that it is a knowable thing. The Earth is something we can experiment on and learn about. I'm really happy with how well my experiment turned out, because I have confirmed that the Earth is indeed round, and I measured it to be 33,120 kilometers around. And that's not exactly right, but I mean, my measurement is closer to the Earth than it is to Mars, and I'm pretty happy with that. The reason my measurement isn't 100% accurate is because I didn't manage to line things up perfectly. So we took the measurement about 12 minutes too late, which is enough to make an error of 17%. But still, I'm really happy with how well it turned out.
What? Wait, what? That last part sounded like some flim-flammery. I'm not here to disprove his theory. I would have loved to have talked to this cat and asked the question as to whether or not, let me see if anybody in the comments said anything. Is anybody scrolling in the comments looking for a flat earther? This guy doesn't skip a leg day. Or are there any comments about the fact that this guy just crushed 280-kilometer bike ride? I thought it was 180, 140. I saw you in Regina. Flat Earth sees video. Yeah, no shadows were paid actors. 1 out of 10 Americans. Wow. Karen left the chat. Who else is searching for Flat Earther comments? Yep. Yes. Me. Yep. You biked 1/240th of the Earth. Nice. Doubtful. You do realize that a lot of Olympic or ultra runners have run the circumference of the Earth, let alone cyclists. Is that not surprising? Oh, and your math lied straight to your face. It would take 108 days straight without any breaks at an average of speed of 9.6 Most advanced cyclones go faster. In 7.1 years, you couldn't travel the Earth 24. You could travel the Earth like 24 times. I bet there's someone out there that biked 10 times the circumference of the Earth. What? I don't know. You can't see the whole Earth while standing up because you need to increase your render distance in the video settings on your Minecraft game. That's funny. Very carefully, he's a hero. He biked 138 kilometers. How many miles is that? Hey Siri, how many miles is 138 kilometers? 85 miles. I don't know, man. So wait a minute. Hey Siri, how many miles is 40,000 kilometers? 24,854 miles. 24,850 miles. Hey Siri, how many miles between California and New York? No. Hey Siri, how many miles are there between California and New York? Okay. How many miles are there between the Santa Monica Pier and Staten Island, New York? All right. Hey Siri, how many miles are there between the Santa Monica Pier and Staten Island, New York? No, I don't. What do you need my location services for? Hey Siri, how many miles are there between the Santa Monica Pier and Staten Island, New York? First, you have to tell me where you are. No, I refuse. I don't know why she wants to know that, but that's weird. I'll do it my damn self, Siri. $2,796 miles. Okay. So you're saying that is roughly the distance between Santa Monica and Staten Island is roughly a tenth of the distance around the Earth? Somehow that doesn't sound right. Maybe the Earth is just smaller than I think. I know America is. Oh, Christ. All right. Why lie? Because of reasons like what we just watched. Just even reading those comments. Science is a religion. That's for goddamn sure. And people feel, like, teamed up, side versus side. Oh, mercy. All right. Let me see what. Nobody's saying shit.
Those are the angels.
Why lie?
Why is there anyone? Yeah. Hey, my phone's shitty. I can't even. Bitch, what the fuck? Dude, they're moving around. Yeah, that's fucking creepy, dog.
Sarah, get out here! Sarah, get out here!
Sarah, goddammit.
Sarah!
He's scared as hell. Sarah, goddamn you.
And nobody.
Have you ever seen the Chinese drones that make dragons in the sky?
This gum can actually get inside your teeth and
Olmecs. Gotta wait out Travis Hunter in this thing. Heisman Trophy. It's licensed music. Why lie? Because it's a lot easier than telling the truth that you don't know everything. It's a lot easier than saying, "Oh, I don't know that. I cannot actually say whether that's truth or not." I'm back where I started. This is a great way to wait out Travis Hunter's Heisman Trophy. Sesame. First aid, nigga. I need help. I need first aid. Oh, I need the strap. Oh, the strap. I got sniped. Blast on your.
Easy dick. I told you Precious time in conclusion.
Damn it.
My own Jesus be swinging like shit and sweet and we alike.
I know we not though.
What's a capo to the God to an arm, like a leg of arm. Yeah. Live forever while I ride back. Nah, my nigga watch this. If he's dead, then I got dead first.
Oh, I didn't want that. I wanted the frost balls.
Let me stop. Play more with the school for now, or let the enemy pop. This cipher sound that lands. Like we did, so I listen to the tires bleed. Then it's
Come back over here by this window. I wanted those ice balls. Nothing at all. Yeah, I'm not like gamer. Damn. Sniped from inside the smoke. Yeah, I'm not gamer, but this is a great way to pass some time before I wait on. See what Travis gonna do. We're gonna do. Fuck that bandage. Fuck that vest. Surprise. See my double kill. remember Rodney King's last. God damn it. I am the worst at video games. I've always had, you know, I mean, I used to be like a Madden guy. I was pretty good at that shit. And then it got to that point with the first person shooters and all that where I'm just like, I don't have the finger dexterity. I don't have none of this shit. Yeah, oh, damn. So all of these things are like, for me, it's great just being able to do. Seriously, but it's a great way to pass time. I think that we have to eventually come to grips with the fact. When I'm talking about evolution and why lie, here's what I believe. I believe that the powers that they're calling know something that you and I don't know. And that something is that, remember when I was saying stuff about, you know, when you're just talking about like, switch on my hero. When you're talking about, come on, Shadow. Who knows what evil talking about? Dog. The Shadow knows. Yes. Typing humans that were able to do pyramids. I don't believe that they're human beings. I believe that they're humanoid. Smoke. Damn, that nigga got killed. I believe those people are you and I. Quite honestly, I believe those people are melanated and skin tonation. Similar to X-Men, those powers, or those resurgent powers when they lay inside the temple. And the whole point of the distraction is to, you know, that's where I think the return of Christ, Christ enters, I think that's what that's about. And the whole point of all of it is to keep vibrating at a low rate where that evolution does not come about as quick. The quicker that evolution comes about, the quicker that the game ends. That's what I think. Oh. God damn it. God damn it. So the purpose for lying constantly is to keep us disillusioned, coalescing, coming together, doing things like eating better, healing ourselves, and continuing on along an evolutionary pattern that would soon see the Earth return to peace. That's my belief. And there's a lot of supporting evidence for that belief. Shit out. So the question then is, what do you do about that? My answer is, get about your fruits, be about your vegetables, be about your paper for sure. Get on your knowledge. Don't concern yourself with the distraction. Because God's honest is that there are aliens. They are far more advanced than we are, can interstellarly travel. There ain't nothing you can do about that anyway. Watch out. Again. Give me ice balls, man. I want ice balls. Much better with the ice balls. This is piss poor. I need to heal up. Oh man. Pew pew. Pew pew. Save a couple hundred. Come on. Through the glass. In glass. What the hell is that? That's me trying to pass the time until it's time for Travis to pick up his trophy, which it should be happening in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna turn it on. We're gonna watch the Heisman ceremony while I try and blast my way. Hunter, Hunter, Hunter. That's right. I'm usually not a violent person. I'm terrible at most video games. I used to get Madden. That was a long time. I mean, a long time. 2K, that was pre-2K. That was a live NBA live game. And I just lost it. You know, there'd be times where I'd sit around with a cohort of homeboys. Let me find this. Let me find the ceremony. We used to sit around as a cohort of homeboys and just play Madden, NBA Live, and all that shit. And there was a certain point in time when I was like, I gotta get my life together. Smoked a ton of weed, and I was like, I gotta get my life together. This can't be it. Can't be trying to get my wins in life by being good at Madden. I was really good. I was really good. But again, I'm talking about late 90s into the early 2000s, right? I mean, barbecues, parties, birthday parties, summer parties, homeboys getting together and just drinking. Like, that's all we did. Niggas talking shit. And I get what is so, and now that you can get paid to game, now I wish I would have grown up in a different era, because that was unheard of back when I was like, they started having Madden tournaments. One of my homeboys, Eric, he did go play in a Madden tournament in New York sometime in like 2004-ish. But, there was no living to be made from it. And I just left the games alone. When I'd go, we'd be hanging out with my nephews and shit. Like, you'd play them in the games. But then, by then, I'm talking about Tekken, early Tekken. Whooping on, like, my nephew. And then, you turn around and he's 14 years old and he's kicking your ass and you don't even know the button combination. That type of shit. Street Fighter, all those things. And so I left the games behind, but it's a good way to pass the time. All right, let's find the, hold on, let me find. GoldenEye, WCW. Oh, NWO and WCW. My little brother Trolla. I really love the wrestling ones. The wrestling games I still like the fighting games. All right, hold on. Let's find. Excuse me. Ooh, and there's a Kobe Covington fights tonight, and there's a UFC. I might be streaming for a while tonight. It is on ESPN, I would imagine, right? Sports Center, yeah. Heisman Trophy ceremony, 8 p.m. That is now. That is yes. That is C. Let me see if I can dual screen this. You don't stand a chance, Dylan Gabriel. Give it up. I like Cam. Not gonna lie. NGL, not gonna lie. I feel bad for Ashton, to be honest with you. While I don't think he's deserving of it over Travis, he's a really good He's a really good football player. So it just sucks for him that he just came along. It's like everybody that tried to win a ring over Michael Jordan. It's like everybody that tried to win a ring when Mike was dominant. Oh yeah. Now Espen loves to what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the sound off or turn it down. Doesn't do no good, and I'd be able to hear it. We'll see if we can how long we can get away with this. It should be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. You'll tell me if the stream goes dead. I should give you my number. I'll just tuck this back, y'all. Just like that. You're watching where you're at. I'm watching where I'm at. Right, 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 right. Okay. Let's go kill some guys. Die. Shot that fool. Glass, bitch. Damn, I tripped. Oh shit. You don't deserve to live. You don't think Mountain West players are ever see, I think that that's that bias. I think that that's that conference bias that we have to avoid because they're gonna try and do that to the Big 12 pretty soon. You know that, right? They already were talking about it with Colorado this year. Who'd they play? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think that that's something that we have to avoid. That conference bias, like the SEC is always just far and away. Oh, the SEC, SEC football, SEC football. But the God's honest truth is that when these cats are stacking 4 and 5-star recruits and sitting them on the bench, that's not going to happen anymore like that. You're going to watch talent get spread all the way throughout college football. And then it's like just saying that the SEC it's like saying the earth is round. I think it's sometimes what people is it a great brand of football? Absolutely. Big Ten football, great brand of football? Absolutely. But look at what Texas was able to do, even though it kind of bore out in the championship game against Georgia. But look what Texas was able to do, and look what Texas A&M has been able to do. Look at the teams that came out of the Big 12 and have been able to compete in the SEC. Oklahoma. It's like, I don't know, man. I shy away from saying that, but I understand your point, and I do think that Mountain West. I just think if you can rush for 2,500 yards, I don't give a damn really who you do it against. To be honest with you, unless you do it against the Sisters of the Poor. There go Travis. Boo. We're booing him, right? Is that what we're doing? We're booing Ashton Genty? Boo. Explosive shot? Oh, one explosive shot. Yeah. Yes. I love it. Oh. Thought it was sweet? Thought she was sweet? It ain't. Out here playing. Playing no game. God damn it. No Mountain West teams are moving to bigger conferences and winning. Point for you, Fishing. You're not lying. An explosive point at that. Have no Mountain West teams moved into bigger conferences? I always thought that if CSU wanted to take that next step, they should move into the Big 12. Do you think CSU could win if they moved into the Big 12? Yeah, Team Tebow. What do we think about Travis Hunter, the spokesman? BYU is the only one that could be somewhat successful. I know because they have 30-year-old men playing at BYU. All these goddamn missionary grown-ass men. Who else? You don't think, who else in the hold on. Fresno State? You don't think Fresno State? They've always fielded I thought a team that was a lot like I thought Fresno could at least go into the Pac-12 and win. Yeah, probably Fresno's the only team though. Fresno, BYU, made it into Big 12. They're making noise. I think Boise State actually would probably do well outside of the Mountain West. Prime's in the house. Coach Prime's in the house. All right. All right. We'll let that go. All right, I gotta finish this fucking playing around with these dudes. Yeah. Yes, sir. Damn. That took me way longer than I wanted. It should've. Mountain West only had 4 winning teams this year. CSU is one of them. Where do you think CSU would compete in the Big 12? I feel like, especially now in the NIL era, while CSU doesn't have the coffers that it's gonna need yet, I think all things are now truly equal. And that's a big agricultural area up there. That's big ag country. And you got a lot of CSU alum that I know would love to see their program sort of back in the thick of it. And for that reason, I think that let me look. Hold on. Don't open that on me yet. Uh, what the fuck? Why? There it goes. CSU in the Big 12. So you're telling me that you think the University of Houston, Iowa State was really good this year. If Oklahoma State and they're downed, you know what I mean? Like Texas Tech. No, this would be hard. This would be a hard hustle for CSU initially. I do think in an NIL era, though, everything is. I think the conversation is completely different in NIL. I think the question is now is how many places, because kids don't want to go to Alabama and sit for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, whatever, waiting for the other, waiting for the other 4 stars and 3 stars to get out of the way so they can get some playing time. So they're just going to spread out and spread around. And with that being said, then I think everywhere is kind of a viable place to land as long as they can get you paid. And I think that NIL money is available virtually anywhere where there's big money donors. And you're talking about that is big ag country up in Fort Collins. That's an agricultural school. It has some pretty prestigious alum, and I do think that they would be able to put together big enough packages to where that you're going to see the talent pool. If you're in a power, when I say that, if you're FBS eligible, I think that you're going to start seeing an evening out of this power structure. I think you'll see investors, so to speak, start fanning out and just kind of grabbing up schools that are worth investing in order just to have. It's just more real estate to advertise on. And that's what drives all of this shit, gambling and advertising, right? So, step up the competition between the P4 and the G5. I think you're right. I don't think you're wrong at all. I'm just saying I think with the new landscape, we're talking about it's a different conversation. Why you keep kicking me off of there? I think in an NIL world, all things are, I think, a little more equal in an NIL existence. You bitch. Two seconds. I gotta do it for my other. Oh, we spared no expense. We have all the things. Let's see. ESPN. Hold on. Are you serious right now? Here, hold on. Let me put this. Oh. a treat award. I can't. I have to be mindful of where I show this. Cam Ward's mama. All I care about really is the announcement. All right, let's kill some shit. Oh, I just got it. Chris Fowler, CU's very own. What up, Ashton? Oh, my bad. What up, Andon? Yeah, just get to the announcement. Seriously, it's almost like I mean, ESPN's model is built off of cornering the market on our interest, right? And when they had the market cornered on all sports, that was like, oh, easy to do. And now, not so much. And so things that we're all kind of basically like, just get to the meat of the matter. They still find reason to do all this shit. It's just like they could have done this literally on YouTube. But sponsor dollars, man. Sponsored dollars. Andon, how was your Saturday? We've already everything explodes. We've already we've already talked about major conspiracies and theories. God damn, this gun is Bitch. Sneak attack. It's the sneak attack that I appreciate. What was the point in including guys like Dylan Gabriel even in this thing? I'm being serious when I ask that too. That's a serious question. What was the point in inviting Dylan Gabriel? Did anybody believe that Dylan Gabriel had a shot of winning this? Is it because Oregon went undefeated? Is that God damn it. That boy Cole with it. Today sucked a little. Oh, the stomach flu. Straight up a great half workout. It's just what's crazy is my sister just went through something similar. Hell yeah, give me that. She unwittingly, I can tell this out of tail because you guys don't know who she is. She drank some expired protein shake. You gotta read that shit, girl. And got violently ill, like violently ill. And was like, she thought it was just a protein shake just on a general. She's just like, don't drink those protein shakes. And I'm like, well, it could be the fact that they are from 2020. 2020. They got them during COVID, and you know what I mean? It's like, um, just tucked into a storage. And I think she was just on a search for like she was trying to change up the diet a little bit. She's just on a search for shit, and so she just pulled these protein shakes out, never checking the date. She said when I drank it, she was like, there was a sludge at the bottom, and I just figured that's the protein. It's the protein. Oh, my sister. Oh, what are we popping fools with now? I don't really need the Uzi, man. Oh, for sure. It becomes something. It becomes something completely different than protein shake. Like, what? Oh shit! For real? Yeah. She's so sweet though. So she recovered from that and promptly threw all those things out. 1265. Yes, nigga. Straight through the goddamn what? Don't care. Short hair, don't care. You almost threw up your mouth because of that story. Hey man, I felt bad for her. I almost threw up in my mouth. And then today, here's another one. So today she she takes the dog out. Takes the dog out, and he my dog, and he's a roadkill eater. So she takes the dog out, and he beeline for I guess a dead like probably winter mouse, winter frozen field mouse, and he ate it. And she said, by the time I saw him, he got a tail hanging out of his mouth. Oh shit, man. We just living this fucking wild ass time. Dogs eating shit. I am playing Murder, Murder, Kill, Kill. I don't even remember what it's called. I was telling folks that I am the actual non-gamer. Like I used to play Madden and all that shit back in the day, and I just don't have the dexterity for it. But it's a guy. I was trying to wait until I was trying to wait out they're just playables. I was trying to wait out the Heisman situation, and I was like, ah, fuck it. I'm tired of talking about the world and how fucked up. How? So, Annan, I'm a ninja, murdering my way to greatness. Call of Duty Black Ops. Okay. You ain't no closet about it. We stay nerded up, and we stay nerded. Don't you know what I mean? Like in this day and age, personally, I'm like everything that I thought mattered, all the shit that I thought was cool, very much is not. And the world, the safe world of nerddom, where all the cool people actually hang out, it just fits me. It fits me so much better. Why are you down on Reggie? Hardcore death match. Fuck with it. Why you down on Reggie? I thought that him losing his Heisman was like, think about the world now. Think about the sports world now. NIL and with NIL in place, and think about what Reggie Bush lost his Heisman because of. It's crazy the difference that a decade and a half will make. 15 years. If he'd just been 15 years, and by the way, Reggie Bush getting paid and buying a house for whomever and having an agent, he's just the one that got caught. That's what's so messed up about his shit is because nobody believes that Reggie Bush was the only guy who was reaping the rewards of his, prowess as a football player. Come this way, bro. Um, no one believed that. No one believed that it was just Reggie Bush. He just ended up being the poster child. Ah, shit, I didn't see. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna make it. Here's some Jamal Murray frustration. His past game sucked. Hold on. Jamal Murray frustration. His past game sucked, and journalists need to stop asking about what he thinks about his other teammates. Obviously, he doesn't give a shit. Yeah, I thought that, you know, last night's performance, I should say, was because seeing him on the bench with the guys kind of helped me out a little bit. That he's not, at least they were yucking it up or talking. I'm just, the taste is in all of our mouths, and that is, I just think he's a bad teammate. I think he could be a great player, but I think that I don't know if it's the contract or the ring or a combination of both. But I do think that his attitude ain't worth it's not worth the cost of his game. If if he were a 25 point a night guy, you put up with that shit, right? He's gonna score anywhere between 14 to 20 a night, usually closer to the 14, 17 range on most nights. Because the book is out on Jamal. If you're physical with him, it takes him too long to just get into his game. And then now when he's hot, but think about the difference between Jamal Murray hot and like Steph Curry hot. Steph Curry hot is he's giving you 50. Jamal Murray hot, he's still gonna take 20 shots and he might score 28 points. You feel me? It's not economical because for him to be good at what he does, Joker has to have less touches. And Joker having touches doesn't mean Joker scoring all the time. Joker having touches is the offense running properly because the best basketball play is going to be made 99.9% of the time. Whereas with Jamal, you see it. Yesterday in the second quarter, when Joker left, what we saw was guys start standing around because Jamal's style of basketball, he was on the floor at the time. Jamal's style of basketball is very one-on-one, ball dominant. So what you end up getting is a bunch of guys watching Jamal. And then that just carries over to whoever's on the floor. It's a feel. Mr. Nice Guy 2022, 2202. What movie? What do you mean? And so that's why I'm kind of like, I'm just over the Jamal thing because, and I've thought this for a long time. Me and my brother argue about this all the time. Jamal Murray thinks that he's supposed to be a little more than Robin. That's just that's my opinion. And I think that's where his sullen, sort of sulky, smarmy kind of attitude comes from. Again, I have nothing. I don't know him. I've never talked to him. So this is all based on me being an armchair psychologist and just reading what I see. I think Jamal thinks that he is deserving of more than what his career accolades give him. I think he thinks he should be an all-star. And I'm like, all those things can be what you think, but then there is where you slot amongst guys like you in the league. And the truth of the matter is that he ain't Spider. You know what I mean? Like you can pick out about 10 guards that I personally would take over Jamal Murray. Minimum. For a sometimey streaky tweener guard, not a point guard, not a shooting guard. So, I think that bothers him. Oh, Mr. Nice Guy's from a movie. Oh, my bad, brother. It's text. I'm sorry. Text sometimes is things get lost in translation. Half baked. Come on, brother. My bad. That's half baked. Was I right? I mean, I know that that's from Half Baked, but did you have something else in mind? Oh, we got to go to Katanas. I just want to see how it works. This could be foolish. This probably is pretty foolish. Oh, 65. What type of ninja would I be if I couldn't take out these full 2 katanas? My goodness. Oh my god. Down by the beach. Bye. Something Simpson, I stick to my story. I am from Jamaica. Word from Jamaica. Why would I be wearing this hat? It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out. Baked potato to the face. Still waiting on those heifers, Julio. Hold on. Now I got to see it. You did it now. You did it now, fishing. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out. Yeah, I don't believe. Still waiting on that heifer, Julio. Let's see if it comes up. Still waiting. Fuck you. Oh, I didn't even notice who that was. You're cool. Baked potato. Oh my god. Why you gotta be bitching me out? Because I'm on the grill, bro. Bro? Damn, B. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're cool. Damn. Sorry. Sorry. Such a great movie. I still stand by the fact. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, the truth of the matter is the year that he got snubbed, he wasn't even in the top 5 of guards at his position in either conference. I don't care how many 50-point games that you have the year prior and that whole run to through the bubble. It didn't matter. Oh, you had the job of all jobs. To work in a video store, my ex-wife's parents, so my former in-laws, my ex-in-laws, owned a series of tanning beds. They owned a tanning bed salon that had a movie rental attached to them in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and some in Appleton. Greatest job. I mean, greatest job ever. I didn't work there, obviously, but yeah, all their employees loved them. You know what I mean? You get really weird clientele, but you get some really cool clientele, especially if it's a small. It's just the greatest gig. And Blockbuster, and then I'm assuming that the perks were you got to rent all the movies that you wanted. Katie Wingy interviewed him on the court after last night's game. It was cringy. Oh, really? He had a hard time complimenting. Wow, really? I didn't see that, but I don't disbelieve it because he's heard the chatter. He's had to have heard the chatter. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not on the ground there, but I'm pretty sure that it's been pretty loud. There's no way you could miss it. Everybody sees it, especially after he brushes off AG, who's seemingly, I mean, I don't know these people, but seemingly one of the nicest guys ever. A good teammate, plays the game the right way, maybe takes a few more threes than I would appreciate. But at the same time, when he's hitting them and he's wide open, you got to take those shots. He has a couple of turnovers. Every once in a while, AG will do some shit where I'm like, wait until after the game to smoke, bro. But that thing that brought them together to win that championship, yes, you're down Bruce Bowen. Yes, you're down Jeff Green. Yes, you don't have KCP. And all those 3 guys obviously played very integral pieces in that championship run. But the piece that they played more than anything was in attitude, because none of those 3 guys, the sum of their parts was they were all willing to be defenders and they all gave maximum effort all the time. Good team glue guys, great attitudes. And so without them, are you missing some of their prowess as elder statesmen, veterans? Sure. But skill-wise, you still can replace those things that all 3 of them did. If you just have guys who are going to get on board and do their fucking jobs. And that comes from watching your best players and buying in to your leaders being leaders. Well, the void I think that they're missing more than anything probably is that. But you got Russ back, who I think will bring that. Honestly, I got to tell you, I personally have progressively over time, I wasn't always a real big Russell Westbrook fan. I thought he was similar to Jamal in his attitude, but I didn't understand. I understand, I think, more now about what that was or what I believe or what we all perceive that to be, as opposed to what it looked like, which was just a bad dude constantly having issue with the media. But what I've learned, what we've all learned, what we all should have learned is that the media is one, not infallible. One of the greatest moments. What? Man, y'all tripping. Westbrook, y'all tripping. Watch the question. Man, what? Man, y'all tripping. What? But the truth of the matter is listen to that question. Listen to the question. I worked in this field, so I understand it. Media guys are nerds too, and they're kind of fanny out, and it's very cliche, the questions that can be asked. I think things like this were taken as, as as signs that quite possibly Russell wasn't. I think he's a great team guy. I think Russell Westbrook is a great team guy. I really do. And I think that the Nuggets are better off for having him. He is kind of like adding Jeff Green and Bruce Brown back in one player. A veteran guy who's going to give you minutes that are very valuable on nights when he's great. You're just like, thank God. And I love the way that he pairs up with Joker, because I think he gets it. Get get it to, get it to Yoke, and then not get out of the way. Go position yourself for shots. Be an active participant in the offense away from the ball. Setting back screens, cutting, finding open spaces on the floor, because he's going to find you. Whereas I think that if they're not running that two-man, often which I think Jamal finds himself wanting to be the guy shooting, using Joker as the screen alone, I just don't think he understands. I think he needs to be in a different situation where he can go be. He's already got his ring. I also think it's one of those things. What is there left to strive for? You got to watch for that with young guys. You got a ring already. You got the shoe contract with New Balance already. You've got a max deal already. What is there really to strive for in getting better at your game? The dangers of falling into a poor attitude and a poor me setting or a what about me setting are massive with these young cats. I would imagine Jamal Murray is probably not a bad person. I think he's a bad teammate. Here we go. Foot race. Oh, don't stop on me now. All right, I'm back. No, he doesn't. I mean, a lot like a lot of American AAU. Well, I'll say North American, Western AAU product football players. I mean, basketball players. Um, the game was more about how many skills can you amass on your own, and can you be? I was just watching a Rucker Park game, which supposedly the kid who's going to BYU, who after watching tape on him last night, AJ, I can't even pronounce his last name. He's one of my brethren, Congolese and Jamaican, I believe, Congolese and West Indian of some sorts. And it's all about one-on-one, like Cayenne Anthony. It's all one-on-one skills. When you see these kids game, this is why the NBA's ratings are down. When you see this kid's game, when you see Cayenne Anthony's game, most of it is precluded off their ability to dribble and shoot. Well, that's great, but there's just no semblance of a game of basketball as a game. It's more basketball as a skills competition. Right. Travis is going to go on to have a great NFL career. Are we worried about his girlfriend situation? Are we worried about, you know what I mean, what's most assuredly going to be a pretty complicated he just seems like a very nice guy. And I wish he had a nicer girl. But they're young. Let me leave those young people. I've been saying that all week. Bunch of grown folk in them young people's business. A bunch of grown folk in them young people's business. Let them fuck around and figure it out. She's either for you or she's not, and you'll know. I think he's going to be all right. Oh my God. Johnny Manziel, man. I thought for sure he was about to be one of them ones. It is time. So who you got? I mean, think about some of the guys who won it recently, though. Bryce. I mean, he's starting to play. I guess he's starting to get his feet underneath him in Carolina. You know it's going to take a long time, Fish it, because of the piano track that's playing. Oh my God. Now they got to pay homage to all the old guys. Billy Sims, though, if you haven't seen, go watch Billy Sims footage running for the Lions. Doug Flutie. Danny Werfel. Wow, Danny Werfel, I forgot, won the Heisman. Eric Crouch was a great option quarterback. Johnny Manziel. All right, here we go. I need to watch the Johnny Manziel. Was it good? Fishing, you've seen all the shit. "90 years of excellence." Oh, they got the prompter right over his shoulder. Oh, dear God in heaven. Just get to it. Do it already. Man, what? Y'all niggas tripping. Travis Hunter. There you go, buddy. Well deserved, man. Look at Prime. Damn, he's shedding them. He's shedding them. Look at Shador. That's crazy. Is Lil Wayne there? Is that Lil Wayne? Dang, bro. He's really giving it up. He's really giving it up. Is that Lil Wayne? Why is Lil Wayne there? Can somebody tell me why Lil Wayne is at the Heisman Trophy ceremony? Why is Lil Wayne there? I mean, we're talking about a guy who is a once in a generation talent. A guy who has really, really, I think, exemplified humility. Wow. Now's the part where he struggles. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, thank God. That's what's up. Oh, the girl. There's the girl. I don't know about letting the fiance around Lil Wayne. I don't know about letting the fiance around Lil Wayne. His brother's a hell of a receiver too. Undersized, but his brother's a hell of a receiver already. That's what's up, man. Oh man. Oh man. Damn. He about to make me drop him. Man, he about to make me drop him. Damn. He almost made me drop him. Eee.
Not bad, meaning bad, but bad, meaning good.
That was hard. Oh man. I don't know. I mean, I think the thing about it is that really humanizes all the, like, think about everything that's happened over the last 2 weeks. All the chatter about this man and his girl. You know what I mean? Like, she's a gold digger. She can't be trusted. I think by people who are well-intentioned that think that they're looking out for that dude. You know what I'm saying? The man said he don't even listen to music, right? He don't even listen to music. He just now discovered Lil Wayne. That's crazy. But it's like, this has been a great stream. I've had a great time. What is it? 4 hours? That's work. From where it started to where it ended, I'm glad that it kind of wrapped up with that, because I think that's how it should be. I'm still a little emotional. I ain't even gonna hold you. And it's more so because to see that raw emotion from him, Travis Hunter is not Deion Sanders in that he's not the consummate presenter of himself. He's not the consummate speaker, right? And it's always been tough for me to watch. And I'm not gonna lie, that's always been a quiet critique. I just don't feel the need to say anything because what tear the brother down for what? Not everybody's meant to be running their mouths. Hell, I stumble over my words. It's just hard to not love that kid because you can tell. I don't know what all the what's are. I do believe he'll be as great in the NFL as he was in college. I just think he's that transcendent of an athlete. But that is one of those dudes who you could just tell he's a good dude. You can just tell he's a good dude. And so maybe that's where all the interest came from or comes from when it comes down to whether or not that's the right lady for him, which is really nobody's business for that to be the center. Now, granted, as soon as you make it public, it's public. So people are going to talk about it. But, he was getting drugged like he a sucker. You know what I mean? Like cats is looking at him like, he's not the traditional heartthrob. Is that a way to say it? I'm not really about looks should never be something I think. So he's not your traditional heartthrob, right? So when she's like, oh, he wasn't my type, it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? He wasn't all that. And then she finds out who he is, and it's like, oh, you my type now. All that shit. Whatever he's going to go through with her, fuck around and find out. That's for him to find out. But him as a dude, you could just feel it. It just permeates through his smile. Favorite college athlete ever. Yeah. I agree. I agree. If sports is a thing, and it's a thing, if it's going to be a thing in our lives, I'd rather see far more Travis Hunters in that endeavor than I would Jamal Murray's. Can you name another full-time defensive player to win the Heisman? No. Chris Spielman would have been the first. And then what's my guy? What's my guy who played for the Rams? Why is his name escaping me? I mean, obviously Charles Woodson. Didn't Charles Woodson won one? But wait, did Charles Woodson win a Heisman? Am I tripping? What? Man, what? Oh, you tripping. I guess he would have been at the ceremony if he had, right? He didn't win one. He lost a dozen. Never won the Heisman. Okay. Oh, he did win the Heisman. 97. Okay, I'm not sure. Why wasn't he at the ceremony? Was he at the ceremony? Did I just miss him? So Charles Woodson would have been the only other guy, but again, a two-way guy. I think Chris Spielman would have been the first, and then, God damn it. His name's going to escape me until I Google it. Orlando Pace. One of you two will come up with it. Jonah Williams. Why? I can see his face in my head, and God damn. Too much information. It'll come back to me. Anyway, no. There's not been a full-time defender to ever win the Heisman. And because it is an offensive award when you think about it. I know they say, oh, the greatest player in college football, but rarely, if ever, can you ever equate that to being one defender. One defender will be one of many on a great defense. You probably have to have 20 sacks in a season for it to just be far and away. Not Charles Woods. This is just going to... Ndamukong Suh? That's who it was. Yeah, you're never going to find a defender that has that great of an effect on a game unless it's a cornerback, mind you, because a cornerback's effect can be seen just in the fact that, well, if you're not throwing over here, I'm cutting the football field in half. And then a guy that can then turn around and go both ways, obviously, still having to have some, impact on the offensive side of the ball. I just really like Travis Hunter as a person. I hope it all works out well for him. I hope he has a great career, free of injury, I hope he has a great life, free of drama. I hope him and that girl grow together, stay together until they're not, or stay together forever. I don't know. Hope she does right by him. He just seems like a guy deserving of it. Sue didn't win the Heisman, but he should have, was my point. Or could have. Let's say he could have. I remember those years. And Ndamukong Suh was about as dominant as you could see a football player be. And what was the year that he came out? Who won the... How the fuck do you even spell his name? Derek Thomas. I never saw that Derek Thomas year. I knew Derek Thomas more. 27 sacks in an 11-game season, 1988 for Derek Thomas. That's crazy. Yeah, Rashaan Salam. Salam was really fun to watch. You know who was a really fun Buffs back to watch? Chris Brown. It was like watching a fucking shopping cart full of bricks pushed down a hill. He didn't have a lot of style. He just went forward, but he went forward and wrecked shit. Wrecked everything that he ran into. Yeah, and Ndamukong Suh in 2009. 2009 Heisman Trophy winner was who? Mark Ingram. Okay. Alabama. 1,800 yards, 28 tuds. Alex Karras, 1957. Isn't that Webster's dad? It is Webster's dad. Derrick Henry, Mark Ingram, back to back. You know, I'm happy for Travis. I'm happy for Travis. I hope that it's just nothing but roses and more accolades. And just, I think he's a generational talent because it's not often that you find a guy as genuine as Travis Hunter, at least seems. You know what I mean? Simple, wants to fish, don't listen to music. How are you? Lil Wayne. How are you introduced to Lil Wayne by your girl? That just says to me, it says so much about him that I love because Lord knows hip hop's been trash for his generation. Trash. Man, another round of applause for that. Neither, but I'll take Derek Thomas. I'll take Derek Thomas only because hopefully it's one of those wrap around. The difference between being hit by a Derek Thomas or tackled, let's say, by Derek Thomas and hit by Steve Atwater is that Steve Atwater was a hitter. Derek Thomas, it's what drove me out of football, to be honest with you. At the Little League stage, I stopped playing in 8th grade because I'll be honest with you, it was the hits, not the tackles, not the physicality, the hits. Remember Bull in the Ring? I don't even know if they allow you to do that anymore. It's just you either are built for that shit or not. And Steve Atwater was a cruise missile flying around. Derek Thomas was not a wrap you up, but he was a hard tackler. But, more times than not, if that defensive end is rushing off the end, that linebacker's coming off the end, hopefully he doesn't get to square up on you and bang, he's kind of wrapping and throwing you down, hitting you from, hopefully your sides. Steve Atwater was just a missile. Remember this hit, and this is why I never won. This was what solidified it for me that Steve Atwater was the most devastating thing I had ever seen. And I know Ronnie Lott was out there. Steve Atwater, Christian. This hit is just like what the is wrong with that guy? All the way up until these two met in the hole, Christian Okoye was basically doing what you're seeing. He was just bullying the NFL. Big ass shoulder pads. Oh, look at Dan Soder. That's a Colorado guy. And Steve Atwater, it's just boom. Like, what? That's an Alabama bow. Like, what? Bro, that hit solidified it for me. Just like Steve Atwater is the baddest man on the planet. He did take his soul, snatched it. And to be quite honest with you, Okoye was never the same after that. He was, it's like the bloom came off the rose after that. The Nigerian nightmare, blah, blah, blah. And then it was like, psh. Oh, wow, he didn't play football till he was 23? Is this about Christian Okoye? $260. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this dude. Oh, this is crazy. I don't care. Oh, so he was a Ronaldo Nehemiah type. This happened to a lot of guys that were like great in other athletic endeavors. And then it was just assumed that a long football career lie in wait as soon as they made the switch. Ah. Wow. Wow. This is very accurate. That's crazy. What is what does that say about the game of football? You know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of, legitimacy among sports. What does it say about the game of football if a guy can just because really football is how fast can you run? When you break it down, yes, quarterbacks have to throw the ball with accuracy, but the truth of the matter is you could win a football game without throwing the ball. Ask a wishbone offense. You could win a football game without ever throwing the ball with minimum, or let's say minimally. That was Georgia Tech's offense last year, if not the year before last. You could win a football game without ever throwing the ball. So what is football actually about at the end of the day? It's about being fast. It's about being the fastest. Strong helps for sure. Tough for sure. But the one thing that will always set you apart in football is if you're fast. Of the sports, when you break it down like that, not that there's not skill involved. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying at the end of the day, because what do you got to do? I mean, yeah, you can be tough if two teams are super tough and super aggressive, but neither of them have the ability to score. No one wants to watch that game. Mind you, that game ends 6-3, 9-3, 9-7, 12-8, 12-9. Exactly. Air Force does it every year. So when you think about it, it's like for guys, I used to always be like, how come this was a genuine thought of mine because I'm just a pothead watching and talking about sports. How come guys don't just go get world's strongest men competitors and put them on the offensive line? Teach them how to move their feet. That's what I would do because my running game would be stupid. If you had a bunch of world's strongest men, if you had 5 world's strongest men caliber athletes on your offensive line, I wouldn't need a quarterback. I'd actually go the opposite direction. I'd be the most boring thing to watch, but I'd win 12 titles, 12 straps, straight up 12 championships because I would just constantly run the ball down your throat. Because after a while, the defense just gets tired of trying to tackle that. Think back to think about CU's loss to Kansas. You know how deflating it is for a defense to just be like, "God damn, we can't tackle this guy." Oh, wow. That's crazy. Oh, for sure, and you get nothing out of it every damn year. I don't disagree with you, fishing. Hold on. I don't disagree with you fishing, but now think about taking Brock Lesnar and teaching him uh, the techniques of a left tackle. Because I think the assumption would be, oh, you take a guy like that and you put him on the defensive side of the ball. No, no, no. I don't. I want a more sleek, athletic type of guy, like with the exception of unless you're going to be in my interior, one of my interior alignment, and then I need a bowling ball. I'm talking about teaching a guy like that how to play tackle, like how to have the feet for it, how to have the reads for it. Brock Lesnar, would he need? He'd never get a holding penalty. He push a guy if he's got the feet for it. For sure. And then think about that guy run blocking. Think if he's a guard and he's your pulling guard. Think if he's out in front, like did he play for the Vikings? Did he get coached up though? He played for the Vikings and he wasn't good. I'll look at some of his tape in a second. Let me finish this. I just remember playing with him on Tecmo Bowl. I remember playing with Christian Okoye on Tecmo Bowl, and it was just damn not even fair. It was like one short of Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl. You guys wouldn't know about that. You guys are young men. No, I do remember Brock Lesnar. Somehow I remember Brock Lesnar's Vikings stint. There it is. I'm telling you, and I would kill exactly. What'd I just say? You guys are like, "What the fuck was that? 10-yard fight?" He went to camp and got cut, and in the Tecmo Bowl Master? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Bo Jackson, Marcus Allen as a backfield was just like, "What?" Although the Giants' backfield on there is also equally as okay, fishing. Okay, y'all know about it. Okay. Here it comes. This might be the greatest moment in NFL history. You destroyed them. Those are the Bronco uniforms, by the way. If they don't get back to this color scheme, I think that they're just missing. I think they're missing the mark. I think it's time to put the Lucifer horse head thing. I think it's time to put it to bed and go back to the Denver D and the other horse. You're still a kid fishing. 41. I'm about to be 52, brother. You're still a kid. You guys are kids. You guys are young men. Andon said I'm way more closer to 50 than 40. You're a kid. If you're not older than me, you're a kid. You guys are kids. and I love you. All right. Go. The Nigerian Nightmare. Ugh, good for him. Good for him. But just know that your career ended in Denver, brother. My Nigerian brother. My Nigerian brother. He went to Denver. Oh. He went to Denver and he played against the Broncos. He played against the Denver Broncos and it was a Nigerian nightmare. And then he was awakened rudely. He was rudely awakened. Rudely awakened by one rude man, a very rude man. Steve Atwater. I'll play the thing now. Can you tell I was raised in a Nigerian household after my parents died? Play it now. Run it. Play it. Play it. Update the horse head a bit. I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like it better than I don't like it because of the color scheme. If I'm being honest, it's the color scheme. It's that navy blue. That's not Bronco blue, bro. And I think that if you try to, I just think that that's the shit. The D with the horse, paws, that's the one. The ones that they won the Super Bowl in, to be honest with you, not the best Bronco uniforms. The Cookie Gilchrist, all orange and white with the funky looking real Lucifer looking like the old gray mare looking horse on it, is a better uniform than that blueberry bullshit. With the D, pause. I don't know, man. So you're talking about the new horse head, with the blazing saddles thing and the D? I don't know. Oh, okay, I got you. So just update I don't even think you need I just think yeah. I don't know, man. I just think that they got attached to those uniforms because that's the one that they won the Super Bowl. You like the new uniforms, just what the NFL would do, like the NHL division. Yeah, I don't like the color. I don't like the blue. That blue that's not a sky, that's not the mile high blue. That's anybody's blue. That's Chicago Bear blue, kind of. But it's like bluish purple. It's like blueberries. Not a fan. Do it. Update the uniforms now. Change it. Change it back, oh. Change it back, oh. Change it. Give it to us the way that we are used to. Craig Morton, those ones. John Elway, The Drive, those ones. Change it back, oh. You've done this for long enough in those blueberry thing, oh. Go back to the blue that we are used to. The blue that we like. The blue that says Denver and the orange. When you made when the emphasis, because the emphasis was on the orange in those days. They took the orange and made it just a flare. It's the blue helmet. It's that. Go back. Go back, oh. See that sky blue, that lighter blue, whatever blue that is, because it's not sky blue per se. That blue, whatever that blue is, accentuates the orange. This other blue dominates the orange, meaning that it's only good when they have the white helmets on, then those blue uniforms, those navy, that's not even really navy blue. It's like blueberry blue. Then that blue looks better when they have the white helmets, which I'm not mad at. And I did like when they rolled out that look with the white helmet and the old school D on it. I like that as well. I loved the blue with the white helmet. I did like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I liked that. That looks compensate. Those two things match up. That white pops with those blue. It pops. Jazz hands. It pops with those blue uniforms. But the blue helmet, that ain't it. That ain't what's hot. That's not what's hot in the streets. It's time to do away with it. Exactly. The sky with the orange. Exactly. It's all about the orange, man. Those afternoons. Those dusky, mile-high sunset. You can't replicate that shit anywhere. Go back, oh. Go back to it from where you came, oh. Don't waste time, oh. We don't know how much we have. There's drones and aliens and everything happening in New Jersey, oh. Go back, oh. I think I've given you all that I can give. I'll probably be back tomorrow because the Broncos play the Colts. And I think I'll be showing up with D-Mac for a watch along for a little bit. If not, you'll get a notification over here. And yeah, I just want to keep running my style up. Keep running my style up, or oh, for sure. He's not going to hook me up with a pass, but I definitely will go. I definitely would go see that game. Maybe he'll give me a press pass. I would definitely go see that game. Beemore, that's a football town. Good time too. Great tailgating, good people. No watch along during home games. Maybe I'll have a watch along over here then. All right. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. You guys, you're why I do this. I like having people to talk to. Fuck what you had.
You should be careful what you ask for. Cash
all right.
Everyone around.
Have a good evening.
For the money, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Bashful.
Soon as the check cash though, how I get to acting an asshole.